Oyez, oyez, oyez. Anyone having business before the King's Justice of the Superior Court of Justice, attend now and you shall be heard. The Honorable Justice Hennessy presiding. Long live the King. You may be seated.
Good morning, all. I'm happy to see you all safely here. And thank you all for that coordinating our start time today.
Good morning. With your permission, I will open today with the qualifications of Professor Booth, and then my colleague, Mr. Fisk, will continue the examination.
Very nice, thank you.
To start off, could we swear in the witness?
Hello, Professor Booth. I'll ask first for you to state and spell your name for the record.
Laurence David Booth, Laurence David Booth.
And I'll ask, is it your preference to affirm to tell the truth? or
Which
to
way?
Swear on a holy oath. Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to the court touching the matters in question between the parties shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
I would also like to enter the document titled Expert Qualification of Dr. Laurence Booth, an agreement as to admissibility of his report. This has already been provided to my friends in digital and hard copy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Professor Booth is an economist, qualified as an expert in issues of corporate finance theory and practice, including capital markets, domestic and international business environments, pension fund management, and the behavior of regulated industries. He is also qualified as an expert in period rates of return and bringing historic values forward to present values.
You seek to have him qualified in those areas?
Yes, I do. A few days ago, we had entered the reports co-authored by Professor Booth as exhibits 38 and 39. They are titled Expert Report of Professor Eric Kersner and Professor Laurence Booth on the present value of historic losses in the matter of Bristol et al. In Canada et al. And White Sand and Red Rock in Canada et al. Dated July 14th, 2022, updated November 25th, 2022, and redacted December 14th, 2022. The second report is the surreply report of Professor Eric Kersner and Professor Laurence Booth dated December 5th, 2022, and redacted December 14th, 2022. Professor Booth, could you please confirm that these are the reports you co-authored with Professor Kersner?
Yes,
And can you please confirm that these reports form the contents of your opinion?
they do.
Finally, can you confirm that you signed a document agreeing to abide by Rule 4.1 of the Ontario Rules of Procedure to assist the court in this proceeding to the best of your ability?
Yes.
Why don't we start by having you tell us about your education?
You're going to put my slides up so I can remind myself of my qualification.
We were not going to put your slides up until Mr. Fisk started his examination, but if you would like, we can get that.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Qualifications. I'm a professor of finance at the University of Toronto. I'm not a professor of economics. I'm a professor of finance, and there's a significant difference. I'm in the Rotman School at the University of Toronto, which is the business school. I graduated from the University of London School of Economics with a first class honors degree, and then came to the United States where I got graduate degrees in economics, masters of business, and doctors of business administration. Came to Canada in 1978 and was appointed at the University of Toronto. And I'm still at the University of Toronto, and successfully I've been promoted. And for almost 21 years, I was the area coordinator of finance at the University of Toronto, which means I was in charge of the academic area of finance. And I was appointed to the new court, subsequently the CIT chair in structured finance in 1999, 24 years ago, remarkably. But
Thank you. So you said several things that I would like to just get a little bit more details on. So you mentioned a Doctor's of Business Administration. Is that similar to a PhD?
it is a PhD. It's the year after I graduated, they changed it to a PhD with exactly the same qualifications.
And did you write a thesis or have a specialization
I wrote a thesis
on?
on the theory of the firm under uncertainty.
The theory of,
The firm under uncertainty,
thank you.
which underlying all of everything we do is uncertainty. And the rates of return that we look at in the capital market are the result of uncertainty. So it's important to understand how uncertainty affects the pricing and the behavior of a corporation.
You also mentioned that you currently work at the University of Toronto as the CIT chair. What is that? What does that mean? And what is structured finance?
CIT is the name of a big American company that bought out Newcorp after Newcorp basically went bankrupt. I've forgotten what CIT stands for. It's like BP, and like a lot of companies, you forget what they originally stood for. But structured finance is where you structure the financing based upon the underlying cash flows of whatever it is you're financing. So, for example, lease financing is structured off the cash flows of the underlying equipment. Real estate financing is another example of structured financing, where commercial financing of commercial properties is based upon the underlying leasing of and the ownership of those properties. So anything where the financing is based upon some underlying cash flows is regarded as structured financing.
Thank you. So I saw that you also had you are a chartered business evaluator. What is that?
I was a chartered business evaluator.
Sorry.
Chartered business evaluators value things, primarily small businesses, private businesses. So they're concerned when one private business wants to know how much is it worth in order to sell or market itself to another business. It's heavily accounting based and valuation based, and it's a professional designation. And at the time they charged, I think it was $750, and I gave up paying $750, for which they derive no academic benefit.
Yeah.
So I was a CBB, and I think I'd probably have to pay years of back fees in order to be reinstated as a CBB.
Thanks. You also mentioned earlier that you were a finance area coordinator. What is that role? What does that role entail?
It's normally the senior professor in the area that has to sort of do the staffing, chair the search committee, manage the faculty, make sure that the faculty in that area are responsible and doing their duties, and intervening if there's any problems with any delivery of courses, and making sure that appraisals are done for tenure and for promotion to full professor.
Can you now tell us about your experience handling pension funds?
As area coordinator, I was in charge of designing the curriculum in the business school, and particularly different areas, and making sure we had the right courses and hiring the right faculty. As part of that, Keith Ambershire, probably the most prominent pension consultant and theorist in Canada, came to me and suggested that we establish a center at the University of Toronto. And that fit in with the plans I had for a specialism in the MBA program in terms of what we call institutional finance, rather than personal finance or wealth management. So I hired Keith, and we set up the Rotman International Center for Pension Management. And that was probably 12, 13 years ago. Subsequently, University of Toronto spun it off into a separate institution, and I was a director of it up until 3 months ago. So I was involved with all the affairs of our pension fund management. In addition, after the financial crisis, University of Toronto pension lost a lot of money, a huge amount of money. And the university, in consultation with the faculty, set up a governance committee. And I was elected to serve on the governance committee for 3 years and look at various proposals the university had for solving some of our pension problems. And then in addition, I was on Trinity University. I asked council a trick question: how many universities in the University of Toronto? Trinity College is actually a university, a constituent college of the University of Toronto. And I was on their committee, their investment committee, looking at how to manage Trinity's money.
Thank you. In your report, you noted that you've written 3 textbooks. Can you tell us about them briefly? I had a very senior colleague in international business who wanted to write an international business textbook. He came to me and said, look, I need somebody to write the international finance. I was teaching international finance at the time. So we wrote a textbook from McGraw-Hill, Introduction to International Business. And then subsequently, one of my PhD students, who was Bank of Montreal chair at Queen's, came to me and said, why don't we write a finance textbook? And I said, why do we want to write a finance textbook? It's a very competitive market, but he persuaded me. So we wrote Introduction to Corporate Finance, which is 5 editions going into a 6th edition in Canada. The only Indigenous Canadian finance textbook. All the others are Canadianizations of American books. And then the third one is, it was so successful that McGraw-Hill decided to Americanize it. The first ever book, McGraw-Hill, took a Canadian book and decided to Americanize it and sell it into the United States. The United States is not like Canada. They are extremely parochial. Not invented here is a signal market in the United States. So to take a Canadian book and try to sell it into the United States was a first for McGraw-Hill. Thank you. So I know you've testified in other cases before. Can you tell us about the work you did in the proceedings Sampson and Ermineskin?
That was back in 2000, 2001. And Ermineskin and Sampson, their reserve land sat on top of what we call an elephant, which is a giant oil and gas field. And it was recognized as being an elephant in the Department of Indian Affairs, Northern Indian Affairs. They even had an assessment of the value of those reserves. And yet the money that flowed from those reserves was treated in accordance with the Indian Act, which means that the monies, like any reduction in capital, like the sale of timber rights or the sale of land, is regarded as capital and not to be spent. It's meant to go into the capital account of the band for future generations. And then the income on that capital goes into the revenue account. And that's what was designed to be spent. It was allocated to the bands to spend. Unfortunately, this was in the 1970s and the interest rates were extremely high. And a huge amount of money was transferred into the bands for them to spend. And without proper guidance, the money was just spent. So the question was, there was a trust-like relationship. What would you, Professor Booth, have done if you were asked to interpret trust-like relationship in the management of those Indian monies? And I gave testimony at the time suggesting that they needed professional guidance because it was such a large amount of money. And as you probably know, it eventually went to the Supreme Court and they rejected that argument and accepted that the Crown did what the Crown did under the Indian Act.
And who retained you for that case?
Who retained me? You want the name of the lawyer or the plaintiff?
No, like who are you?
Ermineskin and Sampson.
Thank you. And this is my last question. Can you tell us about how all of these experiences are relevant to the bring forward analysis that you did in this case?
Well, this is basic finance. It's finance 101 in many cases.
What is?
the idea of bringing forward money from one point in time to a future point in time, or bringing future funds back to the present point in time. So the question is, first of all, I learned a lot about the management of Indian monies and the operation of the trust accounts. And secondly, it comes down to how to invest money and how to compare dollars at different points in time, which is the crux of this case.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions. Mr. Fisk will now continue.
You seek to have the court qualify the expert as per the consent of the parties. Thank you. And I will do that.
Did we officially enter the qualifications as exhibit 43?
We did not.
Could we do that as well?
Did it 43 so marked?
Thank you.
Exhibit 43 then will be the qualifications of Dr. Booth on consent.
Are the qualifications and the admissibility of his report?
And the admissibility.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's what I meant. Thank you. Okay, so I suppose we're ready with the slide. I'll just start with the first questions with respect to the slide. Dr. Booth, can you see the slide on your screen in front of you?
I can.
Okay, and did you prepare this slide?
I did. I'm responsible for the typos.
Okay. Well, just following the same protocol as before, Justice Hennessy, I'd like to enter the slide as an exhibit, and I believe there's generally a caveat that my friend has with that. I'll let him
Well,
state it if he would like.
are you telling me that these are all documents that have already, or that they, sorry, that you tell me what they are.
Well, this is the slide deck that Dr. Booth will be relying on to give his evidence today, and naturally it is based on, and it's footnotes extensively the actual expert report, the Booth-Kerzner report, which is exhibits 38 and then 39 is the SIR reply report. So we seek to have this admitted as exhibit 44. And the document is called Conceptual Background on Loss Calculations and Rates of Return.
Thank you. Mr. Schachter's on his feet.
Yes, having received this document this morning, if my friend can assure me that what is covered in the slide deck is either from the reports that are already before the court, or which Professor Booth will testify on the stand in direct, I have no problem having it marked as a numbered
exhibit.
I can so stipulate, yes.
Very good. So we'll make it then exhibit 44.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, my
The
friend.
report of Professor Booth, March 2023. Sorry, not the report, the slide deck out.
Slide deck, yes, slide deck. And so whenever the court's ready, I guess
Go ahead.
okay,
please.
oh, thank you. So what we'll do, Dr. Booth, is we'll start at slide 8. Oh, yes, actually, I should actually hand a copy to Dr. Booth, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Please go ahead.
So the witness now has the hard copy of the slide that's now on the screen.
Very good.
Dr. Booth, as soon as you're ready, I'll start with my first question. We're going to be starting at slide 8.
Why aren't we starting at slide 7?
We can.
Oh, we can't?
Let's start with slide 7. Yeah, I was just going to ask that question, but so can you please indicate what areas in the joint report you intend to cover today? And that's correct. That's on slide 7.
Okay, Professor Kerzner, who testified the last 2 days, was in charge of analyzing the trust accounts, looking at the actual spending patterns of the bands, and making specific recommendations for RST. My responsibility was basically the first part of our report pages 1 to 31. The conceptual background to our approach. Our economic interpretation primarily of Justice Laskin's Whitefish decision, and then some of the technical work in terms of the rates of return and depreciation in the appendices, and primarily the critique of Professor Stiglitz's reply, which was our Booth and Kersner Sir reply report.
Okay, thank you. If we turn to slide 8, I'm going to ask you, what were the instructions you received in terms of, what were the instructions that you received from us, and how did that influence your report?
The instructions are in an appendix to our report. What I'm referring to here is the motivation for the way in which we structured our report. We have been involved in previous Indian monies cases, particularly under Special Claims Court. And we were struck by this paragraph in the judgment, paragraph 1E. And we were thinking, well, how does that bear on what we've previously done? Well, in the Beardies and Akamassis case, that was a case involving the non-payment of annuities to individuals after the Riel rebellion. And at that time, that was regarded as being egregious abuse by the Crown. And we were asked to look at what we were doing to bring forward analysis of the non-payment of annuities to individuals, basically 150 years ago. So that was what I regard as a benchmarking exercise. We looked at what would happen under different assumptions of rates of return to bring those monies forward, and to provide some context for the decision. Most of the cases we've done have involved band decisions, not individual decisions, such as a situation where there was not a proper payment for timber rights, which is what the Whitefish case was all about, or the proper payment for the loss of rights under a dam, which was another case, or the improper payment for putting a road through a reserve land. So those were band decisions, and there, the bands, any decision for the Crown's breach, any compensation would go into the trust accounts maintained under the Indian Act, and that got us involved in looking at how the Indian Act worked with respect to the capital accounts and the revenue accounts.
I'm just going to ask you, sir, when you give particularly a long answer, if you would just take it slowly, build in some breaks there.
I apologize for that. That is a frequent comment. You're quicker than most members of the court.
Yeah, I've been around a bit. But if and what I'm tempted to say when someone says it's a frequent comment, I'd say integrate it.
Dr. Booth, just one question for everyone effectively. On your slide, if we look under instructions, we see there's page 8. Is it correct to say that these footnotes this footnote that's here where it says page 8 under instructions and that follow under the title are references to the page in the original report, which is Exhibit 38?
That's correct. So with reference to council's questions about the presentation, we referenced the page numbers specifically in our original report.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Booth. Is there anything else further that you would like to address with respect to this slide?
No, but well, I was referring to Beardies and Akamassis and other band cases because we were unsure how much of the any compensation due to the Crown's breach would end up with payments to the individuals and how much would go into the band and possibly into the band trust accounts. So there wasn't clarity in terms of how to treat these payments, because there are things you can do in the trust accounts you can't do outside the trust accounts. So it's important to work out what was feasible and what could actually be done at particular points in time.
When you say, sir, we did certain work, you consulted to them or you gave expert opinion, or I'm not sure what your role is in that.
Well, we needed to know, for example, if you decide on the amount of the breach at each point in time, where does that money go? Does it go into the capital accounts maintained on behalf of the bands under the Indian Act? Does the amount goes directly to individuals as enhanced annuities? or does it go outside the Indian Act as privately administered money? So there are things that can be done depending upon how the amount that you award as the breach on the part of the Crown can be brought forward. And there's those different alternatives gives rise to different possibilities.
And just for the clarity, for the purpose of the record, anybody who's reading this, when you use the term "we" here, you're referring to Mr. Kersner and yourself.
That's correct.
Okay.
When we were approached by council 3-4 years ago, we had meetings and we wanted to know what sort of case is this? How do we bring the monies forward?
I think we could, oh, fair enough. So we can turn to to slide 9. So we've slipped to 10. Oh, no, it's fine. It's actually, I've been confused. With respect to slide 9, can you please explain how money has a time, risk, and tax value?
I tell a little joke to my students when I lecture on this, and I say, well, if you're asleep in my class, and not many are asleep in my class, but if they are asleep in my class, first answer in finance is time value of money. It explains like 50-60% of the problems in finance. And if I look totally befuddled, I tell them the second answer is risk value of money. Understanding risk and how it affects rates of return adds about another 20%. And if I start shaking my head, then they should say the third answer is tax. Tax value of money affects the remaining 10-15% of finance. So if you can understand how time, risk, and taxes affect rates of return and financial securities, you've got the vast bulk of finance. So, and it's important to recognize that there's those 3 different components, time, risk, and tax. So we start out here with the most important concept in finance, which is the time value of money. The fact that a dollar at different points in time has different values. So when I say Finance 101, this is literally Finance 101. It comes straight out of the second or the third lecture in finance, which is the time value of money, compound interest, future and present values. So
Well, perhaps you could explain that to us then, the calculations in terms of what would happen when you invest $1 and go forward from there.
okay, so first of all, that star is Excel's command for multiplication. So I know that you have problems with that, Mr. Fisk, but a star in finance means multiplication. Just to confuse you, later in the report, we use a times symbol, but in Excel or most of Microsoft Office, the times is abbreviated as a star. So we use F and P just to represent P for present value or principal, and F as future value. And so F, the future value, is equal to the present value. And I subscript future value 1 simply because sorry, slow down, I know.
Yeah. So
F is the future value. And I subscripted 1 just because we're interested in 1 year's time. So F1 is 1 year in the future, and P is the present value. And I'm assuming the interest rate is 10%. So the future value is equal to the present value times 1 plus the interest rate. And 1 plus the interest rate is simply we get our $1 back in 1 year's time, plus that $1 is increased by the 10% interest rate. So we invest $1 and we get $1.10 back.
Okay, and in these long answers, pause. Thank you. So just to make sure I have
You should be
this,
in my class because my students have the same problem. Sorry.
Oh, yes. sir.
what's the deduction worth if they interrupt?
No, I like interruptions
Okay.
because it slows me down. And I tell my students, please say something.
I'll have to do more of that then.
So I have no problem being interrupted.
Shifting it to you, Mr.
I think that's that. Now, Dr. Booth, is there anything further with respect to the calculation of this page that you'd like to explain?
Yes, because we're dealing with 1 point in time.
Yes.
But very, very few problems in finance have 1 point in time. They have multiple points in time. Like I tell my students, I mean, they're generally 30 or 25 to 35. They're looking for a retirement in, say, age 65. So they're looking for 35 years in the future. So the question is, how much do they likely get if they invest today in 35 years' time? So F1 is just to indicate 1 year. But at the end of that 1 year, you probably buy a 2-year security or a 3-year or a 5-year or 30-year Canada bond. So the same principle applies to the principle at the end of the first year, which is the future value, F1. So the future value in year 2 is simply the future value in year 1 times 1 plus the interest rate of 10%, or 1.1 times 1.1.
Okay, now I'm gonna ask you to pause. So the future value in year 2 is simply the future value in year 1
Times 1.1.
times 1 plus the interest rate of 10% or 1.1.
That's correct,
Thank you.
which is 1.1 squared.
And we can now change the slide to slide 10. And going forward, you talk about the compound interest formula. If you could elaborate on that for us.
And I should add, Mr. Fisk, 1.1 squared is 1.21. And that 0.21 is 2 amounts of interest at 10% plus interest on the interest for the first period. 10% interest on the 10 cents that you earn at the end of the first year, which gives 1 cent, which is where the 1.21 comes from. That's what we refer to as compound interest, because you get interest on the interest.
Okay, and in slide 10, you say that there are traps. Well, just since we're getting to the end of those calculations, you say that there are traps to the bring forward.
We're still on.
You still want to go for, okay,
Yep.
okay, fair enough, fair enough. No, I don't want to push you too fast.
We haven't
Yeah.
got to the punchline yet. So the future value is just the present value, $1 times, which we just went through 2 periods, is 1.1 squared. Generally, time period T could be 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 35 years. We're raising that 1 plus the interest rate to the power of T. And that could be 1.1 raised to the power of 35 years or 50 years or 100 years. So that's the general framework that we use when we calculate future values from present values. And if we divide the future value by P, we get what we call the multiplier. That's basically, if you invest $1, how much do you think you're going to get in 35 years' time or 50 years' time? And that's a multiple of the current amount of money. And that multiple is just 1 plus the interest rate raised to the power of T. So the critical value in finding how many dollars you're going to get in the future based upon $1 today is the interest rate and how long you leave the money to compound.
So 1 plus the interest rate to the power of T.
That's the multiplier.
T is the number of years.
T is the number of years and R is the interest rate. So that's the standard problem we go through in a first year finance course. How much money do you need to retire? How much do you need to save for a down payment to buy a house? And it's determined by the interest rate and how long you invest the money. Conceptually, that applies to bring forward analysis as well. But as I said, there are traps in bring forward analysis because you're bringing them forward from a previous period that has already happened. Whereas when you're doing financial analysis in your retirement, it hasn't happened. All we're doing is guessing what's going to happen over that time period.
Well, that turns us to perhaps the concrete example on the next slide, slide 11. Before we address that, Dr. Booth, I just wanted to point out for the court, just a typo on this page. It says from 1870 to 2020, it should be 1850 to 2020.
That's right.
Which
I
would
got
be
my
170
5 and 7s
years.
Wrong. It
Yeah.
should be 1850 to 2020, which is 170 years, which you can see on the horizontal axis.
Yes, so I thought I needed to address that with the court. I didn't want to steal your thunder, doctor. I'll let you explain now the example, the concrete example.
Well, if you invest $1 for 170 years at 1%, in 170 years' time, you'd have $5.43. If you invest $1 at 5%, in 170 years, you'd have $4,001. If you invest $1 at 10%, in 170 years, you'd have $10,883.19.7. And these are graphed on that graph below.
Yes.
And if you remember, Mr. Fisk, when I showed you this graph, you said there's only one slide, there's only one graph. Where are the other two?
I recall.
And that's the point of the graph. You can't see 1% and 5% because they're so small, they're coincident or with the horizontal axis.
But we could turn the page. turn time on that too. There's a little bit more explanation on your next page, so I'll have you say.
So why I do this is because it's very, very important to understand that when we're bringing monies forward, or we're calculating future values, very small differences in the rate of return cause huge differences in the future value. So we can't see 1% and 5%. We can only see 10%. And that's because it's what's called an exponential function. It gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So very small differences in rates of return cause huge amounts in terms of the difference over a 170-year period. And if you just shorten the time period, instead of starting in 1850, we start in 1875. So we lose 25 years of compounding. The future value drops. At 1%, it drops to $4.23. At 5%, it drops to $1,181. And at 10%, it drops to $1,004.
So it's not just interest rates.
1 million.
Sorry, 1 million. Sorry. I should put my other glasses on.
Yeah, it would have to be corrected on that slide as well. We'll correct it after. Yeah. Okay.
So, sir, you started out by saying very small differences in the rate of return cause
Right.
huge differences for future value.
That's
But
correct.
also differences in the timeline.
Have a huge difference.
So both of those factors.
Both of them. If we flip back, can we go backwards?
Yes, we'll go back. That's what we're talking about. Go back one slide here to 11.
So this is,
So we're going back
no, let's
to
go back to the equation.
Okay, back to
what slide?
slide 10 and 10. Yeah.
Okay.
So the multiplier is 1 plus the interest rate raised to the power of t. Both the time period and the interest rate have a huge impact on these the future values, and also they have a huge impact on the bring forward values. So bring forward values from 1875, all else constant, are a lot smaller than bring forward values, say, from 1850, simply because the time period's shorter and there's less opportunity to earn the rate of return.
Perhaps I missed something. What's the difference between future values and the bring forward value?
Future values are my retirement, 20 years' time.
Okay,
That's a joke, by the way. The,
these are
But-
sensitive matters.
I know, they're sensitive to me as well. But so when I deal with my students, we're dealing with future values all the time.
Okay.
I've never had in
Oh, I see.
a class a problem where students said, suppose I had $1.50 years ago, what's the value now? That's a bring forward analysis. It's going back in the past to find what value it is today, which is obviously the question before the court. So a future values is different from a bring forward value to the current date. But the mechanics, the mathematics are exactly the same. It depends upon interest rates and time periods.
Dr. Booth, would that be a good segue then to return to tab 12, or sorry, slide 12 and perhaps slide 13? I think I'd like to put slide 13 on the board. So What are the practical implications then of what you've just been describing?
Well, this comes from the instructions that we were given by council in terms of the original statement of claim in terms of the net crown resource revenues. And the next slide, which I'm not going to talk about, is the latest demonstration from
Yes, slide
Mr.
14.
Hutchins
Yeah.
demonstratives. But it doesn't matter. The point's exactly the same. So here we have the nominal amounts, the historic dollars of the net crown resources. And then we have two rates of return assumed by Professor Stiglitz and Mr. Hutchings. And the point is simply the time periods are the same. This is an interest rate difference.
Mhm.
So when they compounded those monies at the band trust account rates, which we call the BTAR, you get 10.1, 10 times as much. If you compound
10
using
times as much as,
the original amounts, what we
Okay.
call the nominal amounts, the actual amount of the breach. So if you accept the value of the breach as their estimate, and then you accept the value of the band trust accounts as a proper way of bringing the monies forward, you'd get a 10 times bigger value today. If you accept their mixed portfolio, 60% equities, common shares, and 40% bonds, that jumps from 10.1 to 58.1. So that's another jump of basically 6 times, almost a 6 times jump. That is the interest rate effect. So
6 times of the 10 times.
6 times of the 10 times, yeah, and it's obviously almost 60 times the net crown resource revenues at the time. This is purely a result of the compounding problem. If we go back again, I hate to go back again, Mr. Fisk, but if we go back to that equation,
That's fine, sure. We'll go back to slide 10.
yep, that's
Yeah.
the equation. This is purely because of R. The time period is exactly the same. In the balanced portfolio assumption, they've got a higher R than in the band trust account rate. And the band trust account rate is obviously higher than 0, which is, if we don't compound the dollars forward, the value today is the same as it was at the time of the breach. So all I'm doing here is saying this is a relatively straightforward problem technically in finance, that bringing amounts forward or calculating future values is a function of the interest rate that you use and the time period that you use. So in this case, their time period is fixed. It's the same whether you use the bank trust account rate or whether you use the balanced portfolio. But there's clearly a higher rate of return involved in using the return on a balanced portfolio. So this is where it's very important. Can you go back to slide number 13?
Yes,
Mr. Fisk?
yeah, certainly.
This is just explaining where they get the dollars from and how sensitive those dollars are to the interest rate used in the analysis. So it's very important that that interest rate is grounded in reality. It's actually a factual thing that was done at or could have been done at the time, which I'll get to talk about. But this is just saying that that equation and that little bit of arithmetic that I did has got practical implications. It's right at the core of the difference between Professor Stiglitz and Mr. Hutchings and myself and Professor Kersner. It's the interest rate that we think is appropriate for bringing sums forward from the past to the present day.
Tying in what you're saying, Dr. Booth, would you like to comment at all on slide 14 or not?
No, no, that's the current values based upon Mr. Hutchings' revision of his net crown resource revenues.
Okay.
But the interest rates are exactly the same.
Well, this ties us into then to the issue of risk. So your slide 15 we're at now. So perhaps you can please explain the significance of this slide and risk.
We live in a world that's risky. Interest rates and rates of return on investments are risky. just this last couple of weeks, we've seen Silicon Valley in the United States go bankrupt. And we've seen the shares of some of the American banks drop by 85%. So we have to take into account risk. And this is where there's a difference between bring forward analysis and future analysis. Future analysis, if I was asked to project amounts in the future for retirement, we don't know what's going to happen. We just sort of work out what is a reasonable expectation about what's going to happen. But when we deal with past values, we know what's happened over the last 170 years. So the question is trying to work out what is a reasonable rate when we know exactly what's happened. And we have to think about how to handle risk. And this, as I said, the first question in finance is the time value of money. The second question is, how do we deal with risk? Because the world is a very risky place where you can lose huge amounts of money. Now, the way we handle this in a go-forward analysis is we try and work out what is likely to happen. So I've got a simple example here, where suppose you're tossing a coin. 50% chance of getting a 20% rate of return and a 50% chance of getting nothing. So that's the simplest form of risk analysis we talk with our students. Toss a coin. One thing happens, you get 20%. Another thing happens, you get 0. So how do we handle that in finance? Well, we work out what we expect to happen. And there's a 50% chance of getting 20% and a 50% chance of getting 0. So we say the expected rate of return is 10%. And this is absolutely standard in finance. We do this all the time when we work out values on future projects. So if somebody's building a nuclear power plant or they're building a new car factory, we work out all of the possible values and we look at the expected values, and then we discount them. We bring them back to the current period by using that present value equation. So in this case, if the expected payoff is $1.10, 10%, 50% chance of getting $1.20, 50% chance of getting $1, we would discount that back at what we call a risk-adjusted discount rate of 10%. And that rate of 10% would be a time premium, and I'm saying that's 5%, just as an example, and a risk premium. There is a premium for bearing risk. You expect to get higher returns because you could have invested in Silicon Valley and lost 95% or 85% of your money in the space of a couple of weeks. So there's risk. People demand compensation, which is what we call a risk premium.
So can I go back to the example you gave in words, which was you have a 50% chance getting 20%, 50% chance getting 0. So you say expected rate of return is 10%. Is that formula, it's half, it's the difference between those two,
Yeah.
or it's half of the difference? Or
0.5 times 20% plus 0.5 times 0. And it just happens that the probabilities I use tossing a coin 0.5.
Okay.
But I mean, in practice, the probabilities are 0.5. They vary with the business cycle and the nature of the project. But that's technically how we handle risk. We assign probabilities to certain things happen. And I've got a whole valuation course that's concerned with mergers and acquisitions of valuation, where we do exactly this, to work out the values of projects and work out the value of companies under different sorts of scenarios.
Professor Booth, is there anything further you'd like to comment on this slide? We're about to get into the history essentially of risk.
No, that's what I'm saying is that handling risk, as I said, is the second most important area of finance. And it's completely standard. There's nothing I've said here that isn't in an introductory finance textbook. And generally we call this discounted cash flow analysis, DCF. Okay, next slide. Mr.
Yes, slide 16.
Can you give me a chance to?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. Or
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Dr. Booth, if you could please explain, talk about here in the bring forward analysis that risk poses a problem. Perhaps you can elaborate on that for us.
And
Well-
what slide are we on?
Slide 16, Justice
Thank you.
Hennessy.
Most analysis we do in finance is what might happen in the future. It's called ex ante, before the fact. And we assign probabilities, not knowing what's going to happen. In this case, we know exactly what's happened over the last 170 years. There's no uncertainty. We know what's happened in Canada. So it's equivalent to that example of the coin cost, where suppose the coin came down heads, and you got a 20% rate of return. And then somebody says, well, 20% was the rate of return that you earned. We will use 20% to bring forward all of the monies. Or suppose it came down 0. And somebody else said, well, we'll use 0% to bring forward all the monies. Because after the fact, you've tossed the coin, it either comes down 20% or it comes down 0. The problem is both of those are going to give different results. But the fact is only one of them can happen. And we know what happened. We know what happened in 1883 and 1902 and 1931.
When you keep saying we know what happened, what is your what?
We know what happened, say, to the return on a
We
common
know what
share.
rates of
Yeah,
return
we know what
were.
the rates of return are.
Okay,
So, for example, when I testify before regulatory boards, they're always interested in what rate do we assign, say, a local gas company, how much profit do we give them? And that's a significant part. And we look at what's happened over the last 70 years to try and get an idea of what is a reasonable rate of return for a gas company or an electric generating plant. The data we have in the United States goes back to 1926. The data we have in Canada goes back a year or two earlier, 1922, 1924. But we generally look at the same period as the United States so that we're using the same time period. And this is the actual rate of return that was earned in Canada and the United States over this 85-year period. So this is what actually happened. So
in what set of circumstances? In a bond market and,
well,
okay,
you're ahead of me. But this is the 85-year time period. And generally, when we look at securities, we look at 3 classes of securities. We look at common shares, equities, we look at bonds, and we look at money market instruments, things like treasury bills. So in this case, I put forward the rates of return on the Standard & Poor's 500 index, which is the biggest index of equities in the United States. Covers about 80 to 90% of the market value of the US capital market. And for Canada, we look for the rates of return on the Toronto Stock Exchange. And that's the Toronto Stock Exchange Composite Index. And prior to the composite, it was called the TSE 300 Index. And the TSX has pushed that data back to 1956. So we have consistent data back to 1956. We actually have composite data put together by the Canadian Institute of Actuaries going back to 1926, but it's not real data in the sense that it's not sanctioned by the TSX. They created the best that they could from the data that was available. Prior to 1922, I don't have any data in Canada to go back, say, to 1900 or 1870. There is simply no data on the performance of Canadian equities prior to the data put together by the Canadian Institute of Actuaries. So we've got the equities in Canada and the United States. We've got the return on investing in government bonds. In the United States, we call them long US treasuries, treasury market. And in Canada, we just call them long Canadas. So over that whole period of time, we can calculate certain statistics. AM is what we call the arithmetic mean, a simple mean. And GM is the geometric mean, which is usually called the compound rate of return. So those are 2 measures of average rates of return over that time period. Now, I'll tell you another little joke I tell my students. I said, suppose I manage your money and I make 100% in the first year. It goes from $1 to $2, which is 1 plus 100%. I make you 100%. And then the next year, I lose you 50%. So the $2 drops by 50% down to $1. And I asked them, what's the average rate of return? Well, the average of plus 100% and minus 50% is plus 25%. That's what we call the average rate of return, the arithmetic rate of return. And then I say, well, I've done really well. I made you 100% in the first year, and then I lost you 50% in the second year. But on average, I made you 25%. So since I'm such a good manager, I think I deserve a fee. Give me 5%. So I get the 5% of your money, you get to keep 20%. Is that a good deal? And they look around and eventually somebody says, no, it's an awful deal. I started with $1. It increased by 100% to $2. And then it declined by 50% back to $1. All I've got after 2 years is the same dollar I had when I started. And you want 5%. So that number is not correct. And in fact, it isn't correct. What we need to calculate is what we call the compound rate of return. If you started with $1 and you finished with $1, what rate of return have you earned? 0. And the reason that those two numbers are calculated all the time when we evaluate portfolios, one is called the arithmetic average, the simple average, and the other one's the compound rate of return.
You used the word mean when you
mean
started, and then you used the word average. Are you?
Well, there's another joke in statistics that statisticians are mean lovers because they call the average mean. The mean, that's a funny joke, but statisticians say that all the time. But mean, when we say mean, is just a statistical word for the average. And I apologize for that joke. But so when we say the arithmetic average is, or the arithmetic mean is just a simple average, you average the numbers.
We're on your slide 17 now, Dr. Booth, so I'll let you continue explaining. You've got 3 comments of data.
I think I'm out of jokes, but the reason for these differences between the arithmetic mean and the geometric mean is the volatility, the variability in the rates of return, which is that in the example I said it goes to 100% or down 50%. That's a huge range in what could possibly happen. Plus 100%, minus 50%. The range is huge. The bigger the range, the bigger the volatility, the bigger the spread between this arithmetic mean and this compound mean. So if we go to the next slide.
Slide 18.
Yeah. So this is why we see these huge differences in these rates of return. The equity market is a very dangerous place to be. And at the bottom, I've got the volatility. That's basically the range, or we actually define it as the standard deviation, the standard range of equities. And it's about 20%, which means that the actual rate of return, you could be not, this is statistics again, but it could be 95% certain is between plus or minus 3 times the 20%, which means that you could get 60% over the 10% or 12%, or you could get 60% less. That's the volatility in the equity market. We've just seen the S&P, people complaining about the volatility in the stock market over the last 18 months. It's actually been quite benign compared to what has happened during the great financial crisis, 2008 and 2009 and previous periods of time. But the equity market is extremely volatile. It's a risky place to put your money, which is why we get a higher rate of return, which is why we get a risk premium. So when we look at the equity market and the bond market, the equity market has had volatility of about 20%. the bond market is also risky. There have been times when you get very high rates of return in the bond market, and there's been times when you get losses in the bond market. We've just seen Silicon Valley Bank go bankrupt because it invested in 3 to 5 year US government treasury bonds. And they're totally, quote, default free. The US government will pay back on all of those bonds. But they finance those by borrowing money, short-term deposits. And they're now paying 4 or 5% on those deposits when those bonds are earning 1.5%. And the value of all of those bonds has gone down dramatically. So this is not an academic exercise. This is real finance. The interest rates vary, bond values vary, bonds are risky, even Government of Canada bonds are risky unless you hold them for the full 30 years of a 30-year bond. So when we look at the volatility, the typical variability in the rates of return in the equity and the bond market, the equity market has been about 20% for the US market.
Yeah.
The Canadian market, the US market, the bond market has been less than half that, but it's still variable. Investing in long-term bonds is risky.
So these rates that you just quoted are for, what did you say, for 30 years? The 20%?
It's investing in a long-term US government bond,
Yes,
or the long Canada bond.
yes.
And the bonds that we use for that are very specific because we have to go back to 1926. So for Canada, it's the bond with a maturity of over 10 years, which is typically about 17 years. And for the US, it's the 20-year bond because the US maintains a series of what we call constant maturity 20-year bonds. So they're long-term bonds. And if you invest in a long-term bond and you're saving money for deposit on a house for next year, you don't know what rate of return you're going to get because interest rates can change. And when you come to sell it prior to 20 years, you can make money or you can lose money.
So you wouldn't necessarily buy a 20-year bond to save money for a house.
I would strongly recommend you don't do that. Not unless you want to wait 20 years in order to put them to get the money for deposit. And I strongly recommend you don't put money in the equity market because the amount of risk in the equity market is so great, you're more likely to lose your money than you are to actually make anything.
Well, can we turn to slide 19?
No, not yet.
Not yet, okay.
So the point, Your Honor, is simply we get higher long-run returns on equities. So in the equity market, we get this risk premium between the equity market and the bond market return. And the equity market in Canada has delivered over the last 85 years just under 5% risk premium. You get 5% more in the Canadian equity market than the bond market. The US market has been even better because the US market is the great winner of the 20th century. Nobody anticipated that in 1900, the United States would be the great winner of the 20th century.
Slide 19.
Okay, I give my students the capital market composition as of 1900. Russia's on there. The Russian equity market in and I say that, I pause for effect. The Russian market got wiped out as a result of the Russian Revolution. But in 1900, Russia was predicted to be a very strong equity market. Nobody sort of said, well, it's an obvious slam dunk. America is going to be the winner of the 20th century. But in fact, America was the winner of the 20th century. The biggest part of the stock market in 1900 was the UK stock market. And the UK certainly wasn't the bigger winner of the 20th century. So you've got this, we look at the Americans and we think there's a survivor bias because people didn't think America was going to be the big winner of the 20th century. So when we look at that, we look basically, the equities have got a risk premium of 5 to 6%. So next slide, Mr. Fisk.
And that takes us to slide 20. I noticed the asterisks and Professor Stieglitz mentioned, so why don't you tell us about that? The significance of this slide.
Well, because the mixed portfolio is 60% equities and 40% bonds. And I'm not quite sure exactly what rates of return, where he got the rates of return for Canada, because there are no rates of return in Canada prior to the early 1920s. But those are equity rates of return. They're the actual realized return on equities. To paraphrase what you asked me, Your Honor, would I invest in the bond market to put deposit on a house? The answer was no. Would I invest in the equity market to invest money for a house? No. But if you told me that next year I could get the equity market return, if it was good, then I'd say, sure, I would, but I don't know that. And when you look at the equity market return data that Professor Stiglitz has got, he has that long run return earned on the equity market, because that's what the balanced portfolio is. It's 60% weight on the equity market, 40% weight on the bond market. And we can talk about whether that was feasible in the 1850s and 60s, and I don't think it was. I think it's a bit of a fantasy. But it's even more of a fantasy that you can assume you can earn that rate of return without taking into account the risk. So essentially, there's a risk premium in that mixed portfolio, that 60-40 equity bond portfolio. And the equity risk premium is, 5%, 6%. That's why you're getting the higher rate of return on the mixed portfolio than on the band trust accounts, because the band trust accounts, as I will show, essentially very similar to the yield or the interest rate on long Canada bonds. So what you've got on the band trust accounts is a bring forward analysis, knowing what the return on the long Canada bond is. And we know that's been pretty good for reasons I'll talk about. And the mixed portfolio is bringing it forward, knowing what the return on the long Canada bond and the equity market was. Nowhere in this analysis do they include the impact of risk. They're taking the higher rate of return, the risk premium, without any discussion of the risk involved in that, which is an absolute mistake. In finance, there's a common phrase: there is no free lunch. You can't get the return on equities without taking the risk on equities. And there's no discussion of how to handle the risk.
Well, we'll turn to implications then. I'll give you a second to a glass of water there. When you indicate that the correct way of handling risk is to do a Monte Carlo simulation, could you elaborate on that for us?
You know, Monte Carlo is a gambling casino, so which is handling risk. We call it I didn't call it Monte Carlo. This is a common phrase for how to deal with probabilities, how to deal with risk. So if I was to evaluate an investment, and we do this in our corporate investment courses, we deal with building a new plant or going into a new country. We build probabilities. We say, well, suppose what you would do if a rival comes in, and as a result, you don't earn as much money. Suppose, what would you do if the government imposes a tax? What would you do if it doesn't turn out to be feasible, if the equipment doesn't work? We build in all of these realistic contingencies about risk, and we build in, how do you behave if these risks materialize? That's called risk management. It's what Silicon Valley didn't do. And everybody's all over Silicon Valley because their risk management must have been non-existent to have done what they've done. So this is risk management. And you map out these possible scenarios to work out what would you do in these different scenarios. And that is how you manage risk. You work out, what would you do if the stock market dropped 30%? And this year, and then another 20%. How would you handle your retirement? How would you work? How would you do these things? This is standard risk management tactics.
Well, that turns us to the next heading, establishment of the band trust accounts. I'm going to ask you a question after reading this quote from the Ermineskin decision from the Supreme Court of Canada, SCC 9 at page 60. So I'll just read it.
Are you on a slide? Yes,
Yes, Your Honor, sorry, and that's slide 22.
thank you.
So from that source, in 1859, the government of the province of Canada was faced with the question of the quote, management of the Indian trust and funds. John A. Macdonald, later prime minister, signed a written submission to the Executive Council on August 25th, 1859, recommending that Indian funds be carried, quote, at the credit of the trust to the consolidated fund and to charge the annual interest upon that fund rather than continuing the former, quote, system of investment, which involves a possible loss to the trust. That's the Executive Council recommendation, pages 657, 58. It was recognized that the possibility of any failure in the payment of annual sums required for the Indians, quote, would certainly be attributed to a breach of faith on the part of the government and could more be explained to the satisfaction of the tribes, and that, quote, Parliament would probably find it necessary to make good the losses of the trust, citing pages 657, 658. What's the significance of this?
I have an
Excuse me, sir.
objection.
Mr. Schachter's
just-
on his feet.
The
Oh, sorry.
references at the top of the page are pages 16 and 17. And I'm looking at pages 16 and 17 of the report. And have I made a mistake here? Well, I just don't find it in the report. I just don't find it in the report at all.
It is there, but I'm gonna, if I can just have a moment to find the reference, is there a way to do it where,
It may have been part of the redacted report.
Yeah. At paragraph 8, there's a reference for Ermineskin, but it's just in respect of them testifying. It's not in respect of this paragraph.
I don't believe it's in the report. Now, here's perhaps how we can handle it effectively. If my friend wants to take the witness to a new area that is not in his report, we'll hear what he has to say, and if it ultimately requires us to do any kind of surreply or request a surreply, we'll deal with it. But I thought maybe there was just an error on where the reference is, but I was just trying to keep track. It's just a reference to a court case. I mean, I just. We'll just deal with it as we go along.
okay, I can explain what happened in clear terms.
Okay.
It would have been in one of the redacted paragraphs 43. It was mentioned in the Carl Beal report, and then it was reproduced in 43, which has now come out. However, in paragraph 44, if my friend can turn to that, just in response to the objection, we still mentioned the submission of John A. Macdonald and the discussion about the band trust accounts. If you. Well, not that we mentioned it, sorry, but I'm saying that the reference is still there. And it does get into a bit of the history. I think what I would suggest, so it's certainly the case, it's now been redacted out of the report. But I would suggest something along the lines of what my friend was saying, which was that I can ask the question. And if it needs to be dealt with in any form in terms of surreply, then that's the case. Is that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Very good.
So it's just
But
simply,
it's a typo to say it's pages 16 and 17.
right. It would have been it, but for the redaction. That's the point. We're looking at the wrong copy. Okay.
Okay, well, I apologize. I wasn't aware that why some of the pages were no longer accurate.
No, myself,
I
I
thought
got
it was me.
confused too, looking at the wrong copy. I'm sorry. So in any event, I read a very long quote, which perhaps we've all forgotten. I won't reread it again, but you have it on the screen. So I just wanted to ask you, Dr. Booth, what the significance of it is.
Well, the significance, I'm not a historian. I will,
Significance to you in terms
the
of,
significance to me was that my understanding is that prior to the establishment of the trust accounts to manage Indian monies, it was a private trustee managing Indian monies. And there were significant losses incurred by some bands that necessitated government action, because the quote is completely clear here that if there were further losses, then the Crown would be held responsible. At least that was my interpretation of this paragraph. As to John A. MacDonald seemed to believe that the Crown is ultimately responsible, and as a result, having Indian monies managed and bearing risk would put the Crown in a difficult situation. You might want to characterize as heads, the bands win, tails, the government has to make up the losses, because ultimately the honor of the Crown, I would assume, was at stake. But I read that paragraph to indicate that at that point, in managing the Indian monies, the Crown was basically doing good risk management, that they would not fund the payments to the members of the bands from risky investments, but instead, since it was the Crown's responsibility, they would fund those annuities by basically a risk-free or a less risky investment, which is the monies that are allocated to the band's monies in the capital account by the band trust account rate, the BTAR, which I'll be talking about. So you have to understand why the Indian Act and why this system of accounting was set up in the first place. It was set up because there were significant losses in Indian monies, and the Crown reacted by that by setting up a system to basically more efficiently manage Indian monies. And that is what we call the management of Indian monies.
and the implications of which are on the next slide. Before we get to the Great Depression and the slide that will follow in tab 24, is there anything further, Doctor, you'd like to comment on with this slide?
Yeah, it's just that we do have some evidence on Indian investments made on behalf of bands prior to the establishment of the trust accounts, which involved losses. And what happened was that those investments were assumed by the Crown, including bonds and debt issued to local governments and an investment in business enterprise, but no indication of a 60-40 bond portfolio, at least in the 1850s. And in the place of the investments that the Crown assumed, they placed a liability of the Crown and the common consolidated fund to pay the interest rate on the capital portion of the band trust accounts. And that's the system that we still have until relatively recently. That was the system which I complained about in the Erskine and Sampson hearing decision, because I felt that in a trust-like relationship, that was not necessarily in the interest of the bands.
Well, I think that now we're going to turn to slide 24. So on the next page, and the Great Depression, which plays a role in the report naturally. I wanted to give you an opportunity to explain in detail its significance in terms of your analysis.
First of all, people always say this time is different. Nothing is different. We've been having stock market crashes for the last 150, 200 years. You can go back even further in history when there's been bubbles and people have lost huge amounts of money. So we're on a regular basis, perhaps not regular like a cycle every 10 years exactly, but basically approximately every 10 years, there is a crisis. and people lose a lot of money. The big stock market crash of 1929 was exacerbated by the actions of the Federal Reserve at the time, but they did lose 11.6% in 1930, 30.9% in 1931, 32.96% in 1932. And then 12.9%, cumulatively a 74% drop. So when we consider investments, we sort of say, well, how much risk can you bear if the past, the sorts of things that have happened in the past will happen in the future? That's what I said is Monte Carlo simulation. So when you look at this, you say, well, suppose the bands had adopted a balanced portfolio. And then along came the great stock market crash, and they lost 75% of the value of their portfolio. Would they have simply said, we'll gut it out, we will lose 75%, and we will just hope that the market comes back? That is what you should do in the stock market, because historically the market does come back. But a lot of the time, people reach a tolerance level where they cannot afford any further losses because it endangers their financial solvency and their ability to meet their commitments. And in this case, the question is, what commitments would the bands have had? Would they have just gutted it out and said, we're going to ignore everything that's happening in the stock market. We're going to suffer a 75% loss because we know we're going to get more money in the future? Or would they have fired their financial advisors and got out of the stock market and just said, never again? And to be honest, that's what happened in the 1930s. A lot of people just never, ever went back in the stock market. And it took at least 2 decades, I think it was, for the stock market to recover its values in 1929. So this is what scenario analysis is all about. If you're in the stock market, you have to know how to handle risk. You have to know, what if the stock market collapses the year before I plan to retire and I lose 50% of my stock portfolio? Do I then have to say, well, I'm going to work for another 5 years? Or do you start tapering your portfolio and changing your strategy to handle the risk? Well, and it's important here that Professor Stiglitz kept mentioning pension funds because they're long-term investors. This is not a pension fund. This is closer to an endowment fund. I have a chair at the University of Toronto. If Your Honor would like to endow the university with $3 million, then you can have a chair named after you, or perhaps some of your colleagues will fund it for you. The money goes into our, the money.
I'm not thinking that's too likely.
Well, I'm always soliciting money on behalf of the university, but the money would go into our endowment fund, and we get 4% of that then funds my chair, and the money goes into the operating budget. That means that there's a 4% charge on the fund. The bands would have a charge on their endowment, their capital account. They would basically have commitments. If they got wealthy, people would then expect a certain standard of living, and they would expect contributions out of that capital, exactly the same as an endowment fund. And that affects the investment strategy that's appropriate for an endowment fund versus a typical pension fund. Yeah. And in fact, even for a pension fund, as you get closer to being predominantly retired people, the asset allocation in a pension fund changes. It's not 60-40, 50-40, it drops to 50-50 and sometimes 40-60, because their ability to bear the risk changes. So when we look at this, we have to think about any possible liability. You can't fund fixed commitments with a risky portfolio.
Well, that may turn us to then not tab, it's.
Can I
Oh,
just
actually, just
give me a moment, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Well, Your Honor, because of the storm and the start time today, I suppose I've been motoring on to sort of finish for lunch at 1, but that's not really taking into account other people's feelings or whatnot or needs. Does the court or do the court reporters or anyone require a break at this time?
Let's just go off the record for a second. What was the plan when we started late?
This court will recess for 1 hour, resuming at 1:30. Thank you. This court is now resumed. You may be seated. Thank you.
So just before we get to slide 25, just a few questions, Dr. Booth. Before, when Ms. Sang was leading you through the initial stage, you'd indicated a co-authorship of a book called Introduction to Corporate Finance. And then you had made reference to the term Indigenous, that it was, I suppose you'd said it was the first Indigenous book or something along the lines of that. Why don't you, could you just explain to us what you meant by the use of that term?
I meant it in the sense of the first book written by Canadian authors in Canada dealing with Canadian financial affairs, not in terms of First Nations. And as such, it was the first truly made in Canada corporate finance textbook to be Americanized. So I didn't mean it in the sense of First Nations.
Okay, thank you. And then next, which was with respect to slides 11 and 12. There were just a couple of, just want to clarify a quick issue there. On slide 11, Dr. Booth, so I'll let you get to it.
Yes.
As I understand, I had missed it, but as I understand, in that second bullet, when you were reading the figure 10,883,197,000, I think you had said it as something along the lines of 10,000 or.
That's correct. It is 10,883,197.
Okay, and there's just
to 1,004,474.
okay.
Sometimes my eyes deceive me.
Yeah, so the reference you're making for the second one is that apparently at slide 12, I also missed it, but you're just correcting what's in the third bullet there. What you had orally said was you hadn't used the figure 1 million. You had said something like 1,000, I think, before. So you're just correcting that, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
the slides are correct. It was just my eyes, I'm afraid.
Okay, and then slide 24. So before the break, you told us about pension funds and endowment funds. Can you just tell us the difference?
Well, I was explaining how Your Honor could fund a chair at the University of Toronto to the tune of $3 million. And then 4% of that would be allocated to our operating budget. So that $3 million is there in perpetuity. It's there forever, basically, to fund the activities that the donor wants to fund. So we have all sorts of endowment funds that have got an annual payment. So the return on the fund has to be enough to be sufficient probability that we can actually make those commitments to the operating budget. A pension fund, on the other hand, has a different nature of commitments. It depends entirely on the number of people paying into the pension fund and the number of people who are retired taking money out of the pension fund. So if you have a very young, immature pension fund where the vast bulk of the people who are members are paying in and very few people paying out, then you can have a very aggressive investment strategy because you've got a long, long time to basically earn the rate of return. On the other hand, we have pension funds in Canada that are now closed, which means to say nobody can contribute to those funds. And as a result, essentially they've got a portfolio of money to meet the commitments on the pension fund. Those pension funds have a different strategy in terms of allocating to equities and bonds than would a young pension fund. So when we talk about pension funds, they have different asset allocation, different amounts of equities and bonds, depending upon how mature the pension fund is. And as I said, we have lots of funds in Canada that are now closed that we refer to as mature pension funds that actually don't bear a lot of risk because they've got all these fixed commitments.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Booth, for that. So turning to slide 25 and the segue in from the risk and the Great Depression we were talking about earlier, let's turn it to risk and the BTAR and trust funds. Why don't you describe the significance of this slide for us?
Okay, the question is determining a bring forward interest rate. And we do have this interest rate set by orders in council called the band trust account rate, which we call BTAR. And it's important to understand that when we move from this system of allowing a private trustee to manage Indian monies to having the Indian monies managed essentially by the federal government, they set up two accounts. They set up a capital account and a revenue or interest account. And the capital account, it was the intention to preserve the capital for future generations of members of the band. So that whenever timber rights were sold or land was sold, any capital amount was sold, that money went in to the capital account. And then there was this BTAR, this interest rate applied to the capital account that the money was transferred into the interest or revenue account to spend. So the procedures for spending money from the capital account versus the revenue account or the interest account were totally different because the bands were expected to spend the income, but they weren't expected to spend the capital, which led to lots of problems when the bands wanted to use some of the money in the capital account for other capital expenditures. They needed, if I remember correctly, a band council resolution and the approval of the department to spend that money, which led to a lot of friction between the bands and the government. But the basic procedures were a capital account and an interest or revenue account. And the monies in those accounts were awarded this special orders in council rate called, which we call the band trust account rate, the BTAR.
And how was the BTAR set?
Well, later on,
Turning the slide. Slide 26.
26.
Yeah.
You have to remember a little bit of history in terms of how these things were set. In 1850, Canada was still a British colony. In 1866, it was still a British colony in the sense, the full sense, before Confederation. And London was the major financial center in the world. So Canada borrowed from London. So we can look at the borrowing rate that Canada borrowed at from the UK market. And you've got to remember that Canada today wasn't the Canada of 1850 or 1860. It was what we would now regard as an emerging market. And Canada borrowed, obviously, at a higher interest rate than did the UK government. Where the UK government, the base rate is what we call consol, which is the consolidated fund. When the government consolidated a lot of small issues into one big issue. And consols, the rate on consols, was the base interest rate in the biggest capital market in the world. So, and it was the lowest risk because it was issued by the British government in pound sterling. And Canada borrowed in pound sterling in the London market. And Canada borrowed as an emerging market, not as the UK, which means to say it paid a premium to borrow money, exactly the same as other people that are perceived to be risky pay a higher spread and a higher cost to borrow money. So when we look at the actual rates on Canada,
So the next slide.
which is the next slide, we can-
27. Your Honor.
27, we can see the actual cost that Canada paid to borrow money. So in 1871, Canada was borrowing at an average rate of 4.7%, which was 1.5% more than the UK government was borrowing at. So that's the spread. That is close to a junk bond or a non-investment grade bond. So we can look at what Canada paid. We can also look at what India paid, what New South Wales paid, which obviously became Australia. And we can look at other colonies of the UK government of the British Empire that paid to borrow money in the London market. So you have to understand that when it set the BTAR, it set it at 5% originally, which was a premium over the 4.7% borrowing rate of the government of Canada, which itself, as I will explain, was a premium. So, and we can see, and this data comes from the standard book for somebody that's looked at all the way around the world in terms of collecting data on interest rates. And we can see, for example, how the cost in Canada went down. The spread over the UK went down. Why? Because there's more experience of Canada. It didn't default. It was more responsible, and the spread went down, indicating its borrowing cost went down. And in 1882, the orders in council rate dropped to 4% from 5%. And Canada's borrowing cost at that time was just a little bit under 4%.
Can I just ask, you may have explained this, the spread over consoles. That was the difference between what Canada paid and what
the UK government paid. So, I mean, to get the UK cost, you just take 4.7 and subtract 1.5. The UK was paying 3.2%.
And then, so I understand, so slide 20, something happened to the UK after the First World War. Could you tell us about that?
Well, a lot of things happened to the UK after the First World War. There's 1 million people in France who would like to tell you that. But anyway, so we had these spread costs. The UK in 1914 was still wealthy, had significant foreign investments, and then it basically had to finance, it actually financed the French and the Italians as well as itself. And during that period, they suspended the gold standard because at this period, sterling, US dollars, all the major currencies were exchangeable into gold. So there was very little foreign exchange risk. You could go to the bank and say, I want my gold. That's what the notes used to have on them. Pay to the bearer on demand, £1 in gold. And you actually could get gold out of the British government or the American government. So the First World War, severe blow to the UK financially. Before the First World War, there was definitely a premium to Canadian debt, and Canada borrowed in pound sterling. After the First World War, Canada borrowed in Canadian dollars, not in pound sterling, because the interest rates came down. And the book I'm referring to said that until 1917, Canada didn't even really think about borrowing other than in London. But after 1917, Canadian markets would support Canadian borrowing. The interwar years are interesting. 1920s were very bad for the UK because the UK government tried to go back to the gold standard. The 1930s weren't bad in the UK, but the 1930s were very bad for Canada. So during that period, we still see a premium for Canadian borrowing over the UK. But the pivotal change was in 1931 when the UK left the gold standard. And that meant that all of a sudden we had exchange rates that were floating. They varied day to day with the price of money. And that's why we actually had the Bank of Canada established in 1936. So that was the interwar period where Canada matured, the UK went backwards, and then the Second World War obviously was the nail in the coffin as far as the UK was concerned. It emerged having sold almost all of its investments and was essentially bankrupt. So when we look at that, you have to understand a little bit of financial history. It's one thing saying, well, is the bank account, the barter, the band account
BTAR.
for the BT, yeah, sorry, I'm getting tongue twisted. We can say that's the rate. But I constantly tell my students, every fact is the result of market forces in some sense. You can't just say, I'm going to take that. You have to understand where that fact came from. Where did the bank trust account rate came from? It came from Canada's borrowing cost. And for a long time in the 19th century, it was 5% and then 4%, tracking with a delay the decline in Canada's borrowing cost. And then in the 1950s and 60s, it clearly became Canada's borrowing cost. So when you look at that, it's a junk bond. It was a junk bond in the pretty much a junk bond. Canada's borrowing cost. You
Okay,
can, lots of good countries are ruined by bad governance. The obvious example we use is Argentina, one of the richest countries in the world, but it's defaulted multiple times on its debt. Canada didn't default because it turned out to have good governance, and the spread over consols went down over time as it proved that it was a responsible government. But that doesn't remove the fact that the BTAR was not almost junk bond. It was a low investment grade bond yield.
I suppose are we at slide 29, sort of the second?
sorry,
Oh, sorry,
I'm missing the jump between when I asked you what it was a junk bond. You said Canada's borrowing. Canada's debt was a junk bond.
Absolutely. We're not
Are you
near-
calling the BTAR a junk bond?
Pretty close to it, yes. In the 19th century, when it was first established, what seems to be a premium over the UK rate in sterling, it was about, well, you can look at the.
Is it just a finance thing that I'm assuming that it's financed?
Well, it's a question of how they said it.
Right, so do we know that? Like, maybe they had the money in the bank?
No, it was on the consolidated fund, it became a liability of the government of Canada.
Right,
There were no assets backing it. Originally, when they established the accounts, they took the securities that were privately held, gave them to the government of Canada, and the government of Canada established a liability based upon the government of Canada's borrowing cost. And they transferred that rate into the Indian accounts, both the capital account and the revenue account. But over time, all of those original investments were sold off. And we know that there's, in fact, I think it's the Ontario government has a report by Angel that goes through the original establishment.
Well, this ties perhaps to slide 29. Dr. Booth, you state here, you can't take the higher return without considering the higher risk. How do you relate that to the BTAR, sorry?
Well, because currently it is established directly as the government of Canada's borrowing cost and has been for at least the last 3 decades. But when it was established in the 19th century, it was also established, as I've shown, it was a premium over Canada's borrowing cost.
Mhm.
Canada's borrowing cost was a significant premium over the quote risk-free rate, the British government consul rate on sterling. So essentially, it was a near to junk government bond rate that luckily never defaulted. And again, it's very similar to investing in the equity market and getting the rate of return and never experiencing the risk attached to the equity return. You're taking a yield on a junk bond and awarding it through the Indian Act into the BTAR on both the capital and the revenue accounts of the bands.
So in tab 30 on the first bullet, if you just look at the first bullet of tab 30, I think it's about to be on the screen. Slide 30, sorry, I keep saying tab, slide 30. And says the BTAR was particularly generous before World War II since it embodied a significant risk premium. Could you just elaborate on that?
Well, that's what the spread is. The spread is a risk premium. It's exactly the same as investing in a non-investment grade, low risk bond. You earn a high rate of return because you're bearing the risk that that bond might default. Now, Canada never defaulted. But that doesn't mean to say it couldn't have defaulted, because the yields and the spread indicate that the investors in London lending money to Canada felt at that time that there was a risk that the Canada would default on its obligations. And as I've said, there's been many countries that have defaulted on their obligations.
But the risk wasn't associated with the fund.
Well,
The risk was associated with Canada, wasn't it?
the risk was,
Canada, the actual assets were sold, like land or timber. So those were sold. That's real money. The real money was put in half and half in the fund, and the fund was to attract an interest rate. Just tell me if I'm getting it right so far. An interest rate, and you say that interest rate was financed out on the market, and that interest rate was financed by, well, first of all, Canada made a commitment to pay over their borrowing cost. And then you say, luckily, Canada didn't default. Wasn't that it didn't become junk because of anything that happened in the Van Trust account. It might have become junk if Canada couldn't pay its liability.
that's,
But then you say, luckily, it didn't become junk. Then you say, lots of good countries, are badly governed. It's not luck that they didn't default, is it? Like,
no, it's governance. You're absolutely correct.
Hopefully.
The key thing whenever we look at sovereign debt comes down to governance.
okay.
Are they responsible? Do they manage the government finances and as a result, pay the interest on their debt? But you're absolutely correct. The government could have said, we're going to give you 3% over the Canada's borrowing cost.
Right.
And they say, we'll put 3% over the Canada's borrowing cost, and we'll put that into your trust accounts every year. What I'm saying, though, is that, and in fact, in our testimony, we use the BTAR. For money that is in a trust account, we would use the BTAR because that was the rate that was set on Indian monies. But the question is, suppose the money is held in a fund outside of the trust accounts. That BTAR is not accessible outside of the trust accounts,
That rate.
that rate. So if the orders in council had said 3% over Canada's borrowing rate, we will award that to you every year, whatever that rate is. That rate may be available to Indian funds within the trust accounts, either in the capital account or the revenue account, but it's not available to you and I. I can't go to the government of Canada to say, I want to invest money at 3% over the long-term Canada bond yield. Will you give it to me? The answer is no. That was only available within the trust accounts.
And just Dr. Booth, just since you've mentioned the term junk bond many times, imagining me as your first year undergraduate, could you just explain very clearly and succinctly what a junk bond is?
We rate bonds just to sort of give people who invest in them an idea of how risky it is that those bonds will default. So Dominion Bond Rating Service, for example, the top rating is AAA. Canada is rated AAA. It's got the best possible credit rating. Then AA is very good quality. Single A is adequate quality. And then the critical thing is when you get into triple B, it's, I forget the exact words, marginally adequate. And then double B is not adequate, which is what we regard as speculative, because the rating agencies say, well, they don't really have the adequate funds and the adequate financial health to support this bond issue. And then single B is less than adequate. D, well, you can guess what D is. D is default. It's in default of its obligations. So when we talk about them and we talk about junk bonds, we mean non-investment grade. And that means that a lot of financial institutions can't invest in those bonds because, quote, they're speculative. And if you're managing other people's money, you don't want to invest in speculative securities because you could be held liable.
Well, this might be a good time then, Tanya. So we take a look at the second bullet there. We've got both BTAR and long bond at the end of it. So this is an opportune time for me to ask a double prong question here. Dr. Booth, you did not use the BTAR to bring forward historic dollars throughout and entirely, and you did not use the long-term bond rate. And I'm wondering why.
Well, I've tried to explain how the BTAR was established. And it was established clearly as a borrowing cost, and it was a premium to that borrowing cost. And that borrowing cost, until about 1917, possibly as late as 1945, was above, quote, a risk-free rate. So it embodied a risk premium. And as I've said, if you include the risk premium without taking into account the risk, that's something you can't really do in finance. The risk involves a return, and the return on set by the market in terms of carrying Canada's borrowing cost included a risk premium. The second issue is it was a long-term interest rate, and normally long-term interest rates attract a premium over short-term interest rates, and I'll explain that. So. Because it affects what's going on in the capital market at the moment. But typically, short-term borrowing costs, 91-day, 3-month treasury bills, 1-year treasury bills, are highly liquid. And because they're such short-term, they attract low interest rates. People are basically parking the money for a short period of time. As you go out longer and invest longer and longer, more things can happen. So over a 30-year period, and the government of Canada has issued 50-year bonds, you're subject to whatever happens over a 50-year time period. And the longer you go out, first of all, there's more risk attached because you don't know what the rate of inflation is going to be over the next 50 years. You don't know that the government could get into financial troubles. But then if you want to invest money for next year for deposit on a house, you don't buy a 50-year government of Canada bond, because if you come to sell it next year, you don't know what price that bond is going to get. So they're subject to interest rate risk. If interest rates go up, then the value of that bond is going to go down, and the money you invested to thinking you buy a house next year, all of a sudden it's gone down in value. So it's a long-term rate. The BTAR is a long-term rate that doesn't attract all the normal risk of being a long-term bond. And I'll get to that when we talk about the risk involved in that. In the Ermineskin and Sampson case, I said, it's a super treasury bill, because that's exactly what it is. It's a yield on a long-term investment that the bands get on a 1-year investment. And typically the spread between long-term versus short-term is about 2%. So they're getting, it's a very generous rate because first of all, it was above Canada's borrowing costs. Secondly, because Canada's borrowing cost was not really investment grade initially at the start. And thirdly, because they're getting a long-term rate on a short-term investment. And this is exactly illustrated by the problems in Silicon Valley. And I hate to mention it again, but they invested in US Treasury bonds, 3 to 5 year US Treasury bonds, which there's no problem. They get all their money back, but they're now paying 3, 4, 5% on short-term deposits invested in a security they've suffered huge losses on because the yield is only 1.5%. So that is really risky investing in long-term bonds. You can lose a lot of money. And yet the bands never suffered any of those gains and losses. So I called it a super treasury bill in Sampson and Ermineskin. I would love to be able to invest in 30-year bonds without suffering any of the risk attached to 30-year bonds. But that's exactly what's in the BTAR.
Well, I appreciate that, Doctor. And but before we get to consumption and the additional model, I'll turn to the next slide, 31. If there's anything else you'd like to say in concluding your emphasis section here with respect to the BTAR, excuse me.
Well, just to emphasize what's italicized in red. When Your Honor talked about what's in the trust accounts, absolutely correct. The government of Canada could have put any rate in the trust accounts. It could have said 3% over Canada's borrowing cost. And it's not backed by any securities. That's just an obligation of Canada. And the money goes into the trust accounts. The point is that is not available for any investment outside of the trust accounts. So
Right.
the rate in the trust accounts was a generous rate. When we look at compounding money forward, if it's in a trust account, we use the beta because that is Canada's commitment to the management of Indian monies. But if you're in a scenario, and this gets back to the right at the beginning, the question is this money going to annuities? Is this money going to a trust account under the Indian Act? Or is this going to privately managed money outside of the trust account? Beta is not available for money outside the trust account. And for that, you need a rate that is actually accessible for investors, not the beta, which is not accessible to investors. Well, I can't get that rate without suffering risk. So technically,
Yeah.
it's not correct for funds outside of the beta to compound at the beta.
Well, no, thank you for that. And so turning to the next slide, which is 32. And then it's going to segue us into consumption. So you've got here at the top, 2 benchmarking scenarios. Why don't I let you benchmark this for us? Why don't you set out the next 2 slides?
Okay, now, Your Honor might like to know why we did this.
Yes.
And we did this in response to the redacted data that's no longer part of the hearing. But we wanted to lay out what we call benchmarks. And this gets back to what we did in the Beardy's and Okomasis case, where we didn't have trust accounts. We just looked at the non-payment of annuities. And we said, well, here's some numbers, court. Here's a benchmark. This is what we think is a reasonable range by looking at rates of return that are available in the capital market. We used the beta at the top end of a range because that would have been available if the money had gone into their trust accounts. And then we looked at other rates to help the court benchmark what reasonable rates will give you in terms of the values. So that was what we wanted to do. And that's essentially what we've got in these couple of slides.
Okay.
We've looked at benchmark scenarios, what actually was available in the capital market. And so one extreme is you compound at the beta. The other extreme is you assume it's consumption. The money goes to individuals, and you have to think about how what realistic contingencies are there in terms of how they would have spent the money, which gets us into talking about consumption and savings, because we're dealing basically with ordinary individuals with money that they're given, and what likely would they have done with that money. And this comes, as I'll talk about later in more detail.
Slide 33 now. Yeah.
Now, even more later than that.
No, I know. I'm just making it clear for the record.
It comes from how we got involved with these Indian monies cases in the first place, which was after Justice Laskin's decision in the Whitefish case. We were asked by Justice, your economists, what do you make of this decision? When he says all of these things in the decision, what do you make of this? What would be an economic interpretation as economists of Whitefish? So everything we've done here and in previous cases has been based upon what we were asked to do in providing an economic interpretation of Mr. Justice Laskin's decision in Whitefish.
So
Now,
can I put it this way? I don't want to get into what you had going on with your client, but you're saying everything we did, or since Whitefish, or in this case, your work has been based on your interpretation of the Whitefish decision.
that's
That
how we
sound right?
started out. Subsequently, there have been court cases that have made other decisions that were taken into account, which I'll deal with, particularly in terms of how to treat consumption. But our thinking has evolved as we were asked to interpret one legal decision, and our thinking has evolved as there's been other legal decisions. So I think at the very first time that I testified, I think I said you need a judgment of Solomon to work out what is just and reasonable compensation. And I said, I'm not Solomon. I'm just an economist. All I can do is tell you what I interpret the direction of Justice Laskin to be when he basically threw the Whitefish case back to for another hearing. And neither Eric nor I make any claims to understand what equity means. That's the preserve of the court. All we can do, or we try to do, is interpret Whitefish and provide a range of options that the court can consider in arriving at what is fair and reasonable compensation. But
Yes.
we were originally guided by Whitefish because counsel 15 years or 14 years, whenever it was a long time ago, came to us and said, what on earth does this mean? You're economists, tell us what this means and tell us how you would deal with this.
Well, on the specific notion of consumption, slides 33, 34, and 35 give you a bit to discuss in terms of the relationship between consumption and the CPI. So why don't I let you start your analysis, if you could, please, of the next 3 slides on consumption and the importance to the Booth-Kerzner approach.
You know, I don't think it's really the Booth-Kerzner. We call it Booth-Kerzner because we've done it, but it's our interpretation of Justice Laskin.
Sure.
I don't think it's ours. But anyway, the aim is reading, and I hate to say I'm an economist. I'm not a lawyer. When I read Justice Laskin's decision, and I've said to every lawyer since, I'm not quite sure he realized the implications of what is in the decision, the economic implications. But the most basic thing is the ultimate aim in economics is consumption. We want to consume things. That's the whole point of working, is to be able to buy things, consume things. And then it gets us into the question of saving versus consumption, which is at the core of what Mr. Justice Laskin said, at least our interpretation of what he said. And this is one of the first things I talk about in my Masters of Finance course, that the most basic thing in finance is allocating money to consumption and savings. And I say, you can only spend $1 once. You can either spend it and going and buying something, or you can put it in the bank or put it in the stock market or put it in bonds in the hope that you've got more money in the future. That's all you can do. All you can do is spend on consumption, or you can save. So to illustrate what we're doing, I give an example here.
Yes.
And I'm just taking a really simple example. 2 individuals, A and B, and just 2 years, now and next year. And they save different amounts of money. So the interest rate I've got is 10%. And one saves 80%. One spends 80%, and the other one spends 50%. So they spend different amounts of money. And that's something that we have to deal with in Mr. Justice Laskin's decision, because he says, well, it's unrealistic to just assume that they save everything and compound at the band trust account rate. And a realistic contingency is that actually spend some money and they'd invest some money. They do other things with the money. And our reading of that decision was he threw it back by saying, you've given me 2 cases, consuming everything, saving anything, but you haven't told me anything about the bands. You haven't told me anything about these particular bands that I have to make a decision on. What did they do with the money? How did they spend?
Yeah.
And that was the question that the council came to us 13, 14 years ago, and they said, well, do something with this. So we were looking at consumption and savings. So with this example, 100% saving is not realistic for any individual, because it means you're not consuming anything. Everything is being saved. So you have to consume something. So in this case, I just set up an example of 100 units, dollars, pounds, whatever. Individual A consumes 50 and they save 50. Only savings earns a rate of return. Consumption by definition is consumed, it's gone. There is no rate of return on consumption, it's gone. So if you save, I'm saying 10% as an example, the first individual has saved 50, so the next year they get 50 times 1 plus the interest rate. So they get 10% more. So they get 55 units next year. So this individual consumes 50 and saves 50. Next year, they get 105 in total. 50 years consumed in the first year, 55 units consumed in the second year. So in total, because they've saved and they've deferred for a year, they get a little bit more. There's a reward to saving. We know that. That's why we have positive interest rates.
Given what you've said about consumption, why do you bring forward all consumption at the CPI?
Okay. You're
Okay.
get ahead of me, Mr.
Yes. Was mindful of the time, but no, I appreciate it.
The second individual consumes 80. And then they only save 20. So the second individual gets 20 saved, earning 10%. They get 22 the next period. So different people save and consume different amounts of money. And individual A is 50 in the first year, 55 in the second year. Individual B is 80 in the first year. But because they consume more in the first year, they save less. And as a result, they have less in the future. This is common. Some people just don't want to save. Other people, they save and they save huge amounts of money and then they want to retire early. So this is something that happens all the time in finance. Now, the question is, and this is, I mean, Justice Laskin threw out these questions and how do you deal with this? Initially, we said consumption doesn't earn a rate of return. It can't. If you go out and have a dinner tonight, 2 years' time, you're not any better off. It's gone. That money's gone. It's never going to come back. And we've been criticized for saying that, but that is a fact. That is what economics is about. And I think even Southwind, they criticized us. We now give a return to consumption. So we've responded to some of the decisions about how to deal with consumption and savings. No.
I didn't actually move it. It was my friend. Slide 34. Yes, we're staying.
So what we do is we add up all the consumption. So there's still a penalty to people that consume and don't save, because that's the reality of life, that if you don't save, you end up having less in the future. So
However, the highest, I'm just confused. However, the highest value for economists is consuming.
oh yeah, look, consumption is the objective for everything. Or at least put it this way. Not every economic model is based purely upon consumption, but the most basic models in economics and finance, we call them multi-period consumption models, is that people aim to consume. Now, there are other ways in which we look at that. We introduce more sophisticated models, particularly in PhD courses, where we actually have altruism. We make decisions based upon group thinking and about the value to other people. But the bedrock, the first starting point in almost all of economics is actually individuals are very selfish, that they concern only with their immediate consumption. And we can vary that and we get more complicated models because people aren't selfish. People go off and fight wars and they join wars because they're not really interested in their own life as much as they're interested in society. So there's social values. There's absolutely no question. But the simplest way of looking at these things is that, go back again, is we look at consumption, because what we're dealing with is consumption. And in this case, we would now bring forward the consumption at the CPI rate to preserve the consumption value.
Right.
So if these were two Indian bands in this very, very simple situation, we'd say band A has saved more. If they'd been given the money, what's realistic to assume that they would have done? Some of it would have been consumed, some of it would have been saved. And if this band is a saver, if we value the consumption according to its real value, and we bring it forward at the consumer price index to preserve the purchasing power of that consumption, band A, we would give 105 to, and band B, 102 to, because we're recognizing the reality of consumption and savings, but we're actually rewarding both bands or both individuals for the consumption that didn't occur as a result of a breach, but recognizing the guidance of Justice Laskin as best we can. So when we looked at that, we bring forward all consumption of the consumer price index.
Okay.
Why? Because we don't know what they would have consumed or what they would have spent their money on. The only indexes we have is the consumer price index. And that's a good index going back to, now you can flip forward to just make sure I get the date right. Going back to 1914, that's a Statistics Canada series for inflation. Queens has recreated economic data back to 1870. And that's what we call the GDP deflator. So that's another proxy for inflation. Before 1870, the data gets really weird because Canada was an agricultural country. And most of the prices were actually very volatile agricultural prices. And Patterson and Shearer have got the only data that we could find going back to 1850, largely based upon agricultural prices for agricultural crops. But that's the best that we can do in terms of consumer price index, basically to index all the consumption that didn't occur at the consumer price index and give current members of the band the value of all of the consumption that previous band members didn't consume because they didn't get the money that they should have had at that time.
So is that the same as saying the funds that can be identified as not having not been paid, they should be treated essentially at the inflation rate? Just give them an inflationary rate value.
Well, that was one of the options put forward in the Judge Laskin's in the Whitefish case, and he disregarded that because he said you have to look at realistic contingencies.
Right, but you're saying take that approach for what was consumed,
For
or
what was
what you
consumed.
assume was consumed.
That's correct. So we take everything that was consumed at the CPI, and then everything that was saved, we look at savings rates. Now, Professor Stiglitz said, well, they should use the borrowing rate, but he doesn't provide any reason for that. But so these comments here, really, because he's not the only one that said that. We've come across that in other hearings. It assumes a whole bunch of assumptions in order to justify using a borrowing rate as a bring forward rate. It assumes that the band members satisfy certain assumptions to create what we call indifference curves. And unfortunately, people don't do that. Secondly, we know very well they don't do that. Some of you may be aware that the government's forcibly increased the Canada Pension Plan. Why is that? It's because the government felt that people weren't saving enough, which means that they were violating the axioms of saving, so that we've now got a higher rates for the Canada Pension Plan because people simply weren't saving enough. They was consuming too much. So that's one thing. Thirdly, many individuals don't understand finance, especially compound interest. And I reference a report by the provincial government after the financial crisis, where it basically said people the vast bulk of the population don't understand really basic finance, interest rates. And I did some work for the National Anti-Poverty Organization. They were worried about all of these stores in Toronto, $20 for $300, which got, if you borrow a month, $300 for 2 weeks and you pay $20, the interest rate on that is horrendously high. And they were thinking, and they wanted to know, why is it that these actually exist? And is this unfair? Because we still have all these stores all over Toronto. $20 for $300, and people actually go in there and they borrow at those rates. And it's because they don't understand interest rates. They don't understand the cost of money. And the provincial government has been worried about this ever since the financial crisis. And
Well, what I would say, Dr. Booth, just in the sake of time, I think we'll head to the next slide, because this is the major question of several slides that you've got here. How do we determine the pattern of consumption versus saving? Could you explain that for us?
okay, we do two things here.
So let's turn to slide 30.
Yeah, we look at aggregate consumption and saving.
Yeah.
I always used to refer to this as the big band. Canada is the big band, in the sense that you add this all up together, we are one huge band. And we do have data on a huge band called Canada, how we spend money. And the gross domestic product is actually also gross domestic spending. And we can look at the amount of savings that we as a big band do. And this is the data that comes from Queen's Macroeconomic Data Bank, beyond 1914, from 1871, 1926, back to 1871. Statistics Canada data from 1926. And people often ask me, why don't we have this data back to 1871 or 1850? And the answer is, people didn't even think like that at that time. And we didn't have the statisticians to calculate all of this data. Queen's economists had to push it back from 1926. It was only in the 1930s we started thinking about these problems. So sometimes when people say, you go back to the 19th century, the data simply doesn't exist. And they have to create guesstimates in order to create the data. But if you do that, this is the chart of saving from the GDP accounts, 15 to 30%. And we can see there, when I mentioned the Great Depression, you can see saving in the Great Depression collapsed. When we go into a depression and people lose their jobs, people stop saving. They devote the money for the most important thing, which is bread and butter and getting through the year. But we looked at that and said 20%. And in deriving our estimates, we were broad and as generous as we could be within the confines of economic theory and economic data. So we used 20% and we also used 35%. And
Are you at a slide that are you
Slide
pointing to
37.
something that I can
now let's
mark
go
up?
to the
37.
37?
37.
That was, you were just referencing that first bullet, correct, Doctor?
That's correct.
Is there anything further to say about that slide, or should we turn?
No,
to-
that's fine. That's just standard economic data. Overall, we consumption is the driving force in the economy.
Okay, so let's turn to the next slide.
And this was in answer to Professor Stiglitz. This is data that we've actually produced in previous hearings. It's survey data from Canada done by the Dominion Bureau of Statistics, published in 1939, 1938 data. So this is the actual breakdown of spending. So I draw your attention
On a national basis.
on a national, well, Ontario, I think, well, yeah, it was Ontario survey. But I draw your attention to saving. So you look at these numbers, $400 to $800, you might say, how on earth can anybody survive on that? But that's the impact of inflation. Even the richest segment was only $2,000 to $2,400 a year. So this just tells you how much inflation has affected us all over the last, what would that be? 80 years. But if you look at the savings rate, 5.6% for the lowest rate, 6.9, 7.1, 8.5, 8.8, 9.5, 10, 12.9, 12.9. It increases. The more income, the more wealth you have, the more wealthier you are, the more you save. You get over your basic spending and you save. So we're very much cognizant of the fact that savings increase with the amount of income. So when we looked at this, we've always put in higher rates of saving, recognizing that the band in question may have saved a lot more, even though the actual data for that band doesn't recognize that. So what we then did, we don't even use the numbers of savings, because to a great extent, it's an artificial construct. I give the example of a table. A table would be part of home furnishings. When we talk about consumption in economics and finance and tax and financial reporting, we mean something used up within a year. So there's no question. Council brought me a delightful lunch from Tim Hortons. I ate it. That's consumption is gone. But if I bought a
No end to the riches.
no end to the riches, that's right. But if I bought a table, it's classified as consumption. But it'd be a pretty rotten table that after 1 year, it collapsed and it wasn't of any value. So we classify that as consumption as economists. But in terms of this case and the Indian monies cases, I regard home furnishings and I regard a table and even a car as being an investment because they generate value beyond 1 year. So in order to be as generous as possible towards the bands, we looked at this and he said, well, let's look at all of these spendings. Fuel and light, well, obviously that's gone. But housing, well, that's clearly part of an investment. Household operations, furniture, that could be classified as an investment. Health, well, you go to a doctor in order to be better and last a little bit longer and be more productive. That's got an investment component. So we looked at all of these and we interpreted this data, not as the actual amount listed as savings, but we took as broad as possible picture of what could be characterized as generating future value to the bands.
Can I just assume that all of this saying, we did this, this was in the exercise of classifying expenditures from the accounts?
That's correct.
This work that was done by EY, I believe?
That was done by EY and it
And
actually,
but what you're describing is either the instructions to EY or how they did it, these classifications.
that's correct. It actually comes from Justice Laskin. Justice Laskin said, well,
No. They
Okay.
they weren't instructed by Justice Laskin.
okay, well,
They were instructed by you or by council.
oh, that's correct. Yes.
All right, so
that's
I'm just saying, getting this we part and where this was applied. So you're talking about the classification exercise.
That's correct. But
Okay.
we used as generous a definition of savings as we could come up with. And it stretches the actual definition of savings that comes out of the GDP accounts too, or comes out of the surveys. So-
Professor Booth, I'll just say, we're at 2:30 now, not to put too much pressure, but I'm going to probably move us a little faster over the next few slides, if you don't mind.
Okay,
So I'll turn to slides 39 and 40. And this ties into essentially what you've been saying, brings us now to realistic rates of return on savings and consumption. So why don't I allow you to elaborate?
okay,
on that?
so realistic rates of return, the rates of return that are actually available in the capital markets. And as I tried to sorry.
Yes, sir. I didn't mean that you need to talk faster. I meant I'll speed it up on my questions. That's what I meant. Whenever you're ready.
Realistic rates of return are rates of return that actually exist in the capital market, that are accessible. So you can't bring forward rates of return with inaccessible monies, with inaccessible rates of return if you're dealing with money outside of the trust accounts. And beta was not available except within the trust accounts. So outside of the trust accounts, in this benchmarking exercise, I wanted to use rates of return that reflected the 1 year investment horizon of 1 year rates of return.
Slide 40. No.
So slide 40.
Yeah.
So I used rates. If you use the beta rate, $1 in 1876 would be worth $1,801. But that's not accessible outside of the trust accounts. If you use the rates of return that we calculated based upon the consul rate in the UK and based upon treasury bill rates, which are accessible and don't involve this risk premium, then $1 would earn $151.74. So that just gives you a range of investing at a low risk rate of return, a low risk investment versus investing at this generous rate within the beta. It gives you an idea of the range, which is what the exercise is all about. It's given an idea of ranges, benchmarks. If everything was consumed, $1 in 1876 would be worth $34 today, which means to say in 1876, if the gone to a restaurant and spent $1, that same meal would cost, or whatever, would cost $34 now. That's just pure inflation. So that gives you an idea of how much the multiplier should be for $1 in 1876. Okay, you're going too quick. I have to do the other one.
No, I didn't move it in any event.
You're not guilty.
Yeah, please continue with the CPI below.
So that's CPI. So those are sort of three extremes. One at the beta, which is not accessible, one at rates that are accessible in the capital market, and one at consumption.
Yes.
Everything is in between those extremes. If you consume 65% and save 35%, you get $58.90. If you consume 80% and save 20%, it drops to $46. These are sort of benchmarks to give you an idea what happens if you change the underlying assumptions and become more realistic in terms of what you think the bands might have done. If they'd left all the money in the beta, $1 that they should have got in 1876 would now be worth $1,801. If they've given them the money outside the beta and they'd invested in money market and consoles, it'd be worth $151. If you compensated them for the lost consumption, it would be worth $34. If you took into account consumption and savings, it'd be in between those numbers. So these are speculative numbers, but they're speculative numbers based upon underlying rates of return in the capital market and based upon Canadian data in terms of saving, investment, and rates of return that are available.
Okay, thank you.
I'm very sorry to do this, both of you. Can you remind me again what consoles are?
Consoles are the rate in the UK on consolidated debt issues.
Consolidated debt.
They were the base interest rate in the UK capital market for 200 years.
And Dr. Booth, if I can perhaps skip slide 41, because I think we've already done it sort of tangentially. We've literally done it before. In effect, you've talked about whitefish. So I think I would take my next question to 42, which is the significance of this chart. It's come up before. If you could explain it to us.
Yeah, we were trying to provide an economic interpretation of whitefish. And in whitefish, 10% of the funds were allowed to be withdrawn and directly went into annuities or payments to the individuals. 90% was then invested. So that money was available within the trust accounts. 10% was outside the trust accounts. So we were basically, and then within the trust accounts, we were asked to sort of identify amounts that were spent on infrastructure, on health, and all sorts of spendings. So we went and we asked for the trust accounts to be reviewed to look at the actual spending patterns of the bands. And we then look at this schematic. We wanted to know how much was saved within the bands, how much was spent on transferred to the band members, how much was consumed, how much was spent on social investment, how much was spent on education. And I would say here, we tried to classify as much as we possibly could as investment because it attracts a higher rate of return than consumption. So anything that was conceivably giving value to future, we classified as an investment. So a pair of spectacles, for example, you might not think of it as investment, but you can see better. And as a result, you're a more efficient person. Going to a doctor's, we classify it as an investment because you don't die or you're not sick, so you're better off. So we try to classify, an economist would probably look at what we did and say, well, that's consumption, that's consumption. We try to, as much as possible, and to classify things as investment.
And although Professor Kersner went over a lot of this, this is what you're effectively getting into in slide 43, correct?
That's right. This is just taken directly from Eric's distribution, where this is the Ernst & Young data that classifies the spending patterns of the bands. And as I said, I mean, I just like to emphasize, we tried as much as possible to classify everything as giving rise to a rate of return.
Which is the next slide, slide 44.
Okay, rates of return. So this is really just to clarify exactly what we did. And when we bring forward the numbers, they have to be nominal rates of return. And the nominal rates of return include the impact of inflation. So Dr. Stiglitz referred to his rates. He prefers to do things in real terms, but a bring forward analysis has to be in nominal terms. And I don't know whether we misinterpreted him, but he said that our rates were real rates, and these rates are real rates. And then he applied the depreciation rate, and we'll talk about that. But these are real rates. The actual rates are the real rate plus the rate of inflation. In fact, more technically, they're 1 plus the real rate times 1 plus the rate of inflation. So these look low, but they're not low. We just had 8% inflation last year in Canada. If we brought forward these dollars using 2022, we'd look at, for example, infrastructure 4.5 to 5%. We'd take 4.5% real, and then we'd multiply by 1 plus 8% inflation. So the nominal rates are much higher than these real rates. The real rates are low. They look low because the real rates are low. They're based upon the economic growth in the economy. And if the economy only grows at 3-4%, you can't get real rates much different from 3 to 4%. So when you look at that, somebody would look at that and say, well, those are low rates, as in fact, they said they were low, but these are the real rates. They're not nominal rates. If you're using something now, we'd be looking at the nominal rates to do evaluation. But as I said, any bring forward analysis, we need nominal, not real rates. But these are the real rates that we used. How do we interpret them? How do we use them?
Can I just get you to slow down? for a
Oh,
second?
now we're going to, okay. Yes, sir.
You can't get, nominal rates are much higher than real rates.
Always, unless you've got
You-
negative
okay.
inflation.
Okay, just check me off if I got it right.
Yep.
Can't get rates much higher than 3 to 4% because they have to take into account inflation.
No, because the real economy only grows at 3 to 4%.
Okay.
Remember, savings comes, what we start out any model saying, what does Robinson Crusoe do? Which is it's one person living on an island all on their own. You either consume or you save. And if you consume, next period you get more. Why do you get more? Because of economic growth. You actually got more trees, the economy's bigger, and as a result, there's more resources. So that's the basic function of the basic bedrock of rates of return, the real growth in the economy.
I was just trying to check if I absorbed what you had given me earlier, so without anything new. So if I understand it, if we brought forward dollars, no. Real rates are low because they take into account, I said inflation, but you say that's not the right way to put it.
No, the nominal rates include inflation.
Nominal rates include inflation. And so I got stuck on when you said people look at 3 to 4% as low, but you say those are the real rates.
Those are the real rates. We use human capital, 7.5% real rate of return.
Okay,
So with inflation last year of 8%, we're really saying the nominal rate of return, the actual rate of return, if we put it into our spreadsheets, would be 15–16%. And that's not low.
So the nominal rate is before inflation.
Nominal rates include inflation.
Okay, then what do the real rates
The
include?
real rates take out inflation. If
Oh, I see. It's just a different direction. Got it.
yeah. A lot of the rates that we see include inflation, but we can't buy as much if prices go up. So we're no better off if there's 10% inflation, we get a 10% rate of return. At the end of the year, we turn around, we got 10% more, and everything's gone up by 10%.
So you take
that's
a real
rate.
rate of 15%, or sorry, you take a nominal rate of 15%. You take out the inflation rate of.
That's
8%.
exactly right.
Got it.
And
Okay, sorry.
oh, yes, Your Honor, and I'd say this might be a good time to take the break. I think we're back on track. We'll probably be done in about an hour and 10 minutes. So if we took the break now, maybe this is a good time. I don't know if that works.
15 minutes, does that work? Thank you.
This court will recess for 15 minutes, returning at 3 o'clock.
Order, all rise.
This court is now resumed. You may be seated. Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Booth, I think we'll start with slide 45. I'm going to read the first bullet before asking the question with respect to the calculation. So you've got in your bullet, critical values are the allocation to each category of the real rate of return, the inflation rate and the depreciation rate, where 1.055 below, for example, is 1 plus the real rate of return on infrastructure. So that segues into my question of, you then indicated, we then calculated the nominal annual rates of return as follows. So can you please explain that to us?
Yes, this part 98 is extracted completely from our evidence, cut and paste. And so that's exactly what we do. And the reason I put this in was because of the confusion about seemingly confusion about what we do. You have to have nominal rates in a bring forward analysis. You have to take into account inflation. As I just showed, $1 in 1876 with CPI, you'd have to spend $34 now to buy that $1 item. So you have to take into account inflation. Any bring forward analysis is done adjusting for inflation. So for example, for infrastructure, we use a real rate of return of 5.5%. 1 plus the interest rate is 1.055. And here in our testimony, we actually use the X to indicate times instead of the little asterisk. So I apologize for that confusion, but that is a multiplication sign. And then we multiply by 1 plus the inflation rate for that year. So if that was last year, we'd be multiplying by 1 plus 8%. So we take 1.055 times 1.08 to get the nominal rate of return for that year. And then we adjust for depreciation. And we'll spend some time talking about depreciation because there seems to be some confusion about how we dealt with depreciation. But that's the way we do it. Everything we do is in nominal terms because there has to be nominal terms to bring it forward. And the actual rates we observe, if you look in the newspaper or you look up Yahoo or Google for rates of return on bonds, they're nominal rates of return. And we can't work out a nominal rate of return for every year because we can't work out the real rate of return every year. The data just doesn't allow us to do that. So we use the real rate of return and then we adjust it for inflation every period. And then we depreciate it.
So in the next slides, the big signature of it is, so how do we determine the rates of return and then turning individual nominal rates of return. So I'm going to let you explain if you could, the significance of slide 47 for us.
Yeah, well, I'll go through this quickly because this is the Canadian data. As I've indicated, we don't have any data earlier than that. You asked me what the equity return in Canada was in 1848 or 1855 or I'd have no idea. There's simply not enough data. In fact, even the data we've got from the 20s and the 30s and the 40s is only being created recently by going back and looking at newspapers and trying to extract prices and sorts of stuff. That's where we get the nominal rates of return. The real rate of return, as I said, is the nominal rate minus the rate of inflation. So when we look at the beta rate, which I'll show you on the next page, that's a nominal rate because the beta, it's a nominal rate of return. It's based upon Canada's borrowing rate. The real rate would be the beta minus some long run average inflation rate of about 3%. That would be the real rate on the beta. And the real equity return we use is 8.34%. Now, this comes directly from our appendix on the rates of return.
Slide 48.
I just want to I'm going to annotate my own. Second bullet point, to get the real rate of return, we can approximate by subtracting the inflation rate from the nominal rate.
That's right. So the nominal minus inflation equals the real plus inflation equals the nominal.
So you don't, oops, Mr. Schachter's on his feet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You just mentioned it's somewhere in your report. These numbers, where are they?
It's in the appendix on the rates of return.
Appendix.
This is actually exactly the same as the
84.
So for example, if we look at the order in council rate, which is the beta, it's basically over this time period, it's almost exactly the same as the long Canada rate, the rate you would earn on the long Canada bond. So 6.04 minus 5.95. But what I'm drawing your attention to is the bands get the 6.04% over that time period. And the volatility is very, very, very low because it's just a change in the long Canada yield every year. Whereas ordinary investors investing in that long Canada bond, they suffer the volatility basically 3 times the volatility. And that's the capital gains and losses by investing in long Canada bonds, which we as investors have to suffer if we invest in a long Canada bond. So that's the average rates of return. We use 8.34% for equity.
Slide 49.
Social discount rate. I would say here, absolutely frank, I have no idea what the social discount rate is. Now that may astonish you, but the range of social discount rates is all over the place. It is highly contentious because we're dealing basically with things like a road, a health program. It's something that is done in the public interest. A lot of people believe, as I'll get to, the real rate of return of the social discount rate is 0 because you shouldn't be applying a rate of return for health. And I'll give us an example. This is really recent. Just a couple of weeks ago, the federal government announced that $173 million it invested in Meticargo for the what was it? It's a vaccine for COVID-19, but it was based upon it wasn't anyway. It was a vaccine. Turned out to work, but they lost it all. They went bankrupt. So when we look at that, $173 million, when the government initiated a program for COVID-19, did it engage in the sort of analysis we do in the private sector in terms of the profitability and the rate of return possibly earned on a vaccine? And how do you determine the rate of return on the vaccine? How many lives were saved? How many people had? It's incredibly contentious to work out a rate of return on a program like that. You may be surprised, or perhaps some of you aren't, but the federal government has doubled the national debt over the last 6 years. double the national debt. And during 2020 and 2021, there's a huge expenditure attached to COVID-19. How do you determine the rate of return on all of that money spent by the federal government on basically paying us not to go to work?
This is not a question meant to elicit a long answer, but you say, how do you do that? It's how they connect. Doesn't someone do that? In other words, how does Canada get a AAA rating? So hasn't
What?
someone done
The
this?
AAA bond rating was because we had relatively little debt. And as a result, our capacity to pay our loans was without any question, very, very high. Some people do rates of return, but they're all over the place. It depends, and I'll be brutally honest here, it depends whether you're right wing or left wing.
Oh.
If you're left wing and you believe the government should be involved in every aspect of society in order to make it better in some ways, then all of these things are beneficial for society. The more government programs, the more health spending, the more roads, the more things, then they're good. If you're on the right of the spectrum, then you should be applying a discount rate that reflects, for example, the toll roads, the electronic toll roads just outside of Toronto. That's infrastructure. That could be part. It was built by the province, but I mean, that's public spending. It could have been done as an open access road. So when we look at these programs, the rates of return that you get are really contentious.
Slide 50.
And all I say here, these are the problems we have in dealing with this. And this is an area that cuts right the way through right versus left-wing economists. And you might like to think, I'd like to think that economics is a completely neutral discipline, but we attract people who are right-wing and people who are left-wing, and they have different views on these things. For example, private sector, we generate profits, we pay taxes. Public sectors don't pay taxes. So when you look at it, the discount rates and the rates of return on the private sector have to reflect the tax burden. Externalities. Suppose you build a bridge and then you charge everybody $2 to cross the bridge. A lot of people aren't going to cross the bridge. And yet you build the bridge and people say, well, everybody should be allowed to cross the bridge. And as externalities, better for everybody if they cross the bridge. Talking about the electronic toll route, I've driven it once. I rarely drive the electronic toll route. I'm told that you can speed. Police officer in the back there shouldn't listen to me, but I'm told that the police are a little bit laxer on the ETR. May be true, may not be true, but there's fewer cars on the ETR. But that's a road that the province wants to buy back. And if it was bought back, we'd all drive the ETR and we wouldn't pay the toll. So that's an aspect when you look at that, trying to work out what the rate of return is on the electronic toll route, you're going to get the private rate of return, which the people get by charging us to drive it, but the public rate of return would probably be a lot lower because more people would drive it and there's externalities. So that's a problem. Ken Arrow won a Nobel Prize for saying the rates of return on public investment are a lot lower because the government can diversify a lot more because he's got his hands in every single pie in Canada. Burke basically said people aren't consistent, time inconsistencies. And he basically said, look, the big problem with democracy is the only people who vote are the people who are alive. What about our grandchildren? They don't get to vote. What about our great-grandchildren? They don't get to vote. So we have problems with what we call time inconsistent preferences. Free rider. Who would actually pay for defense if the government didn't tax us to provide a defense? There are public goods. So, and then there's the problem that crowds out private investment. So when we look at these things, I'll be absolutely honest that when you look at social discount rates, there's a huge range in the rates of return that people use to evaluate social investment. Health is a classic example.
The last bullet though, just to mention, you use the 4.5 to 5.0% real. You highlighted it. I just wanted to
use, I'm an economist, all resources have got value. So they have to use some rate of return, and we use 4.5 to 5.5%. But the classic example is health.
the next slide, slide
The next
51.
what is the value of a program that saves people from dying? Which gets into what is the value of human life? And I would never testify on this because you're applying a value to a human life and saying if you save one person, it's worth $50,000. And somebody will come along and say, well, where do you get $50,000 from? The fact is there is a value to human life, but it's extremely contentious. So we know that, for example, the Bhopal catastrophe in India, they wanted to shift it, the suing to North America because the value of human life is higher in North America than it is in India. But that's an ethical question. What is the value of human life? So when we look at health programs, 35% looked at those programs and said 0%. We're not applying any value. We're not discounting the value of human life. The other model, or the most important one, was 67% said 5%. We used 5.5% or so, and basically 95% of the people had either that rate or lower. So we used the higher range of the estimates.
Can I just ask you what this last sentence means? 95% of people had either higher or lower.
Yeah,
Are
if we look
these
at the
economists or
well, no, the people that when they sampled these studies that actually did, what did you use for the social discount rate?
who do these studies? So these are
Academics. Academics, the World Bank, public health officials.
Okay.
A lot of them are done in England.
Okay.
The National Health Service does these sorts of studies. And 35% used a 0% discount rate. Less than 1% used 2%. 10% used 3%. And then if you add them all up, 95% basically use 5% or less. And we use 5%. We used at the top of the range because all value has, all life, or all investments have value. So health, we think we're conservative using 5% as a real rate, which is the survey rate results. And what I note, actual rates of return may be higher. But nobody, a big problem is that we do a lot of analysis of these sorts of programs before they're implemented. After they're implemented, there's very little research in terms of what actually was the rate of return. So we use 5% for health. Education.
Slide 53.
What's the value of a law degree? Well, I hate to tell you, the most valuable graduate degree is in medicine. But when we look at this, we have studies on what's the value of an undergraduate degree or the value of a PhD or the value of a doctor's. And this was Riddell's work, years of schooling, 5.9% before tax return, 8.6% for women. Women tend to get a bigger rate of return on investment. Years of schooling where you get a credential effect. So you get some sort of qualification out of that. High school diploma, the value of over a high school diploma of some sort of technical qualification, bachelor's degree, then the rates of return drop off. There's not much value to a master's degree, except if it's in medicine. And a PhD is generally a work of love, except if you're in business or doctors of dental administration. So yeah, people have looked at these sorts of degrees to work them out.
So are these cumulative?
Yeah, generally the rates of return beyond the previous qualification. So so you're right, they are cumulative, but there's no cumulative value generally of getting a PhD after a master's degree.
Right.
So when they say marginal effect over BA, they're saying the marginal effect of the master's degree over the BA degree. And medicine, if you're going to do a graduate degree, go and become a doctor. I mean, that's so what do we do with this? We use 10%, a real rate of return of 10%. It's our guess of 10% based upon this survey of schooling in Canada. And again, I say that's a real rate. So when you add inflation, you get up a higher rate. Now,
Depreciation, slide 54.
So these are the rates of return. Everything has a rate of return. We don't generally think of it as a rate of return, but when we make decisions, we're always saying, I'm giving up my dollars in my wallet and I'm buying something and it has to be worth more than the dollars in my pocket. So everything we do, I mean, is really based upon marginal value, the value of doing something, the value of putting the money into a visit to a doctor, the value of building a road, the value of spending another year at school. All of these do have rates of return, but calculating those rates of return in some areas is extremely difficult. So we've done our best to look at the literature, and we've tried to look at survey results of other people's research, rather than picking and choosing one study versus another study. So that's our judgment. And it's also a question of what percentage of the spending attracted these rates of return. And in this case, they're lesser important than almost any other case we've dealt with, because the amount of money spent on these is relatively small relative to other items. Okay, now the other fact, and this is what Professor Stiglitz felt was the most critical part of our testimony, and I would say straight up here, he's a brilliant economist. He's totally wrong on this. And he's not wrong on a theoretical basis. He's wrong in the way in which we applied it to the data in the trust accounts.
What's the this you're referring to?
So how do we depreciate assets? Depreciation is a fact of life. Everything wears out. So everybody in this room has invested in an education. I hate to say it, but the day you die, the value of that is zero, because you're dead and you no longer can generate anything. And not only that, the half-life of even a professional legal education goes down over time unless you renew that education. And I've been a University of Toronto professor for 45 years. We are required to renew our education by publishing in top journals. Otherwise, I'm sure my education, the value of my education would have deteriorated. And I'll get to that in just a minute. So what is depreciation? Depreciation is the wear and tear on an asset. It depreciates, it goes down over time. And this is data from Bureau of Economic Statistics in the United States. They looked at different asset classes, how much wear and tear. So for example, furniture and fixtures, 11%. Fabricated metal products, 9%. And I should say, we have to have this because this is also included in the Income Tax Act. We have to, because it's a taxable deduction. You can deduct wear and tear on your piece of equipment in order to determine profits. So there's a huge literature on exactly how much depreciation occurs in certain types of assets. Professor Stiglitz used an example of what we call straight line. He said, well, assume you've got an asset the last 5 years. We'll take 20% each year. So you start out with 100, you take 20, it's then 80, you take 20, it's 60, you take 20, it's 40, you take 20 in the last year, it's 0, what we call straight line depreciation. We don't do that. We take what's called declining balance. So for the first year, if we use 20%, it declines from 100 to 80. The second year, we take 20% on the declining balance. So we'd take 16, and it would go from 80 minus 16, 64. And then the third year would take 20% of 64. Why do we do this? We do it because that's the way we do it for tax purposes in Canada. It's called capital cost allowances. And because ultimately, it never goes to 0. There's always some value that goes down. So when we take our depreciation, it's not consistent with his example of straight line. It's called a declining balance.
We've actually, we're on slide 56 actually at this point, aren't we? With the straight line?
Okay.
Yes. Well, you see, do Professor
Oh,
stated.
sorry, you're absolutely right. I'm ahead of myself. So we take declining balance. So the result is, yes, that's exactly page 56. So after 5 years with Professor Stiglitz, 20% the value of the asset is zero. With us, the value of the asset is $33. So he doesn't recognize that we take depreciation on the declining balance. As I said, consistent with capital cost allowances in the Income Tax Act. So we take a conservative approach to depreciation. And let's go back to 55.
Yes, I was just thinking that you might have missed. Is there
Yeah, I
anything
did.
you'd like to comment on 55?
Yeah, I'll ask a provocative question, but my understanding is lawyers have to take professional days and they have to spend 6 days a year or whatever, keeping up with the discipline. Most professions have.
Mandatory continuing education.
Well, why do you, I'm not going to ask you, Judge, you don't need it, but I mean, these guys need it. Why do you, well, I'm not going to ask you, I don't expect anybody to answer, but it's there because your education deteriorates. If you don't have mandatory education, you don't keep up to date with your discipline. So when we look at human capital and education, there's differences in the rate of return to education. One part just looks at the rate of return on the education. And that was the Groot's estimates, 11 to 17%. And Rosen, and we're looking at those sorts of depreciation rates, which means if you don't do anything, within 5 years, half of your knowledge has disappeared. You forget that case, or you forget that tax principle, or you forget something. It's human nature. You need the professional days to keep up to date with that. That is why Arizola and DeHevia came up with 1 to 1.5%, because they took into account the mandatory training, which is maintenance. It's reinvesting in your education. And that's critical to understand that you have to reinvest in yourself, in your education. Otherwise, it wears out really rapidly. And it's exactly the same with any piece of equipment. I was talking to counsel about cars. I've got a 22-year-old car. Not many people have 22-year-old cars, and I'd have to say it's not a North American car, but cars wear out. You have to maintain them, and you have to have a new brake job, and you have to have the engine rebuilt or whatever. If you didn't do that maintenance, the car would deteriorate. So when you look at this, it's not depreciation. It is also maintenance to maintain the value of that asset. And that's where we disagree with Professor Stiglitz. He doesn't recognize that we take into account maintenance and new equipment. And I'll explain how that comes in. But it's a very good example in education that your skills would wear out very quickly if you didn't have mandatory professional education.
They
Linus
changed the-
Evans's car would wear out really quickly if she never took it to the dealer to have new brakes and a new engine and a lube and filter and all of the other things that we need to maintain a car. So dealing with depreciation, you have to think about maintenance and keeping the equipment up to snuff. So we use 4% for health and education. As I said, it's a bit misleading to use straight line depreciation when we don't use straight line depreciation. We use declining balance. So that's page 56.
Yes.
And this is the critical thing. What do we do? So just think of a bridge. You build a bridge. That bridge deteriorates over time. Weather has its impact. Famous example in the UK, the Firth of Forth, they have a bridge across it and they start painting at one end of the bridge. By the time they reach the other end, they have to start all over again and paint and start painting it again. because they have to maintain the bridge. If they didn't, it would rust and there'd be problems with the bridge. So looking only at depreciation without taking into account maintenance and new spending on that bridge is only looking at half of the puzzle. If the trust accounts were perfect and we could look at all of this maintenance and all of the depreciation or everything is done to maintain the value of the assets, Professor Stiglitz is correct. And all we would include in the accounts that we use to bring them forward is the actual cost of the asset. We would ignore all maintenance, all repairs, everything that goes into keeping that car or that bridge or that asset in good condition. Unfortunately, we can't do that. And the reason is that the things that are in the accounts aren't specific. They'll just say painting. They'll just say new pair of glasses. When you look at it, so where we disagree with Dr. Stiglitz is we have to look at the trust accounts. We have to look at the data in the trust accounts. And they do not distinguish between the purchase of an original asset and the maintenance required to maintain that asset. So that is the crux of the difference. When we're dealing with the trust account data, we're dealing with all maintenance, everything is classified as to do with the bridge. Every pair of glasses, every visit to the hospital, everything that is regarded as an investment, social, education, real investment. And as I will show you, you have to depreciate that. Otherwise, you get ridiculous numbers. So,
The slide 57 or 58 now?
yeah, okay, so let me go to this example on page 59.
Slide
And-
58, you mean, or do you mean?
No, we'll come back to slide 58.
Okay, slide 59.
And this is the question of the double deduction for depreciation, which is correct if we didn't consider maintenance and all other expenditures to maintain the asset.
Just to be clear, you're referring to Professor Stiglitz's criticism.
That's correct.
Okay.
So, for example, and this may be too technical, but suppose you have an asset worth $100, and suppose you have depreciation of $5. So, if the operating revenue of a company, say, was 15, we subtract the depreciation. So we would say $15 operating revenue, subtract wear and tear of that piece of equipment as a legitimate deduction as a cost. We would then say the net income's 10. So he is absolutely correct that the net figures are after deducting depreciation. So no question, that's correct. That's basic accounting. It's there's nothing, that's nothing I would disagree with. Where I would disagree is what comes after that. What we do in corporate finance is we add back the depreciation. And that's what we define as cash flow. And we do that because depreciation is just an arbitrary allocation. So I actually bought these, well, not these ones. I bought my other glasses last year. They deteriorate over time. These have got stains on them. They've got the glass is perforated. I'll get another pair of glasses in 5 years' time. But I haven't spent any money this year on these glasses. All of the money was spent when I bought them. But we allocate the cost over the life of that piece of equipment. That's a non-cash cost. So we add that back to get what we call cash flow. Here is where we differ from Professor Stiglitz. We assume that the depreciation is reinvested to maintain the value of the asset. So that $5 goes back into the account. And as a result, that asset still works. The bridge doesn't fall down. Glynis's car doesn't break down. Your ability to be a lawyer doesn't deteriorate because you're reinvesting in your skills and in the car or in the bridge. So when we look at that, we would then have, exactly as Dr. Stiglitz says, $100 each year. But we have to ignore all of the maintenance expenditures, because those aren't generating a new asset. All they're doing is maintaining the other asset. So when we look at that,
We must ignore from assets,
yeah, because
maintenance expense.
it's like, it's the painting of a bridge. It's your PA days. You're maintaining your legal ability. You're not creating another lawyer, or you're not getting another degree. All you're doing is maintaining what you've got. So when we look at the trust accounts, we would have to strike out every element in the trust accounts that includes any maintenance. And then Dr. Stiglitz would be correct. Now, suppose, and I shouldn't have had all of these, but suppose we didn't do that. Then next year, if we didn't depreciate the assets, we've got $100. And next year, we spent $5 on this bridge. And then we'd have $105. And then the year after, we'd have $110. Because all the money that we're spending to maintain the bridge, we're putting into the bridge category, but we're not depreciating anything. So we have to take depreciation if we cannot identify the original asset and all of the new money spent on the asset. The example I give is a pair of glasses. I wear glasses. I used to wear contact lenses, but as I get older, I'm less vain, but I buy glasses. Suppose at 15, you buy a pair of glasses and you live to be 65. So, and suppose you get a new pair of glasses every 5 years. So over that 50-year period, you'd have 10 pairs of glasses. What do you do with that in terms of we think that's a good expenditure because it means that people can see better. It adds to their value as human beings and it should earn a rate of return. So I don't think we disagree on that. The question is, what do you do with all these glasses? We would say $5, you depreciate it to zero after 5 years, and then you buy another asset, $5. So if you depreciate the asset, and then you get another pair of glasses, you're back to $5. And then you depreciate that, and you're back to $5. Dr. Stiglitz wouldn't depreciate them. So guess what? At age 65, you've got 10 pairs of glasses, all in the investment account. And then you die. And they're still in the investment account after you've died. So, and we think that's doesn't make any sense. So if we could identify the underlying asset and all of the maintenance expenditures, then we would ignore all the maintenance expenditures and we would just include the asset and we wouldn't depreciate it. And in that case, Dr. Stiglitz is correct. We can't do that because of the data in the trust accounts. They simply do not allow us to distinguish between maintenance expenditures and the original value of the asset. So what we do is we count all expenditures on glasses, all expenditures on an asset, and then we depreciate the gross amount that's in the account. And eventually we get the same results as we would get if we were able to identify the separate expenditures. So that's.
Are you looking at 61 at this point, Professor? We
Yeah,
went through the
I-
eyeglasses, was
it's
at 61?
Now.
Okay.
It's,
Yes.
62 is if you don't depreciate and you include all of those spendings on maintenance, then the value of the asset goes from 100 to 105 to 110 to 115 to 120, and the value of the assets just keeps increasing. So it's like including every paint job on the Firth of Forth Bridge for the last 50 years and including that as an asset and including all my pairs of glasses as assets. It vastly overstates the amount that's in the capital account and which we bring forward. Our approach deals with the data issues in the trust accounts. We have developed an approach consistent with the quality of the data that we get from Ernst & Young. Professor Stiglitz's criticism is not valid. It's only valid if we could do something that we can't do. And if we could do that, we wouldn't have had to do what we did. So this is an area that he thinks is a critical difference between us and them. if you want to include every pair of glasses bought by a member of the band for the last 150 years as an asset, even long after people have died, then that's implicitly what Dr. Stiglitz is saying.
I think that takes us to the end of the slide. If I could just have one moment to. It's just as one final question then, Dr. Booth, we moved between several slides there and naturally you took us through that consensually. Is there anything on slides 58 through 62 that we missed when we went through that, or does that conclude your slide deck and your?
Now, I'll just say on page 58, I've been teaching corporate finance for 45 years in Canada. I know how to treat depreciation, and I know how to construct an income statement, and I know how to construct cash flow. I would not make the mistake that Dr. Stiglitz seems to think we made. It's just something that I just would not do. I'm a corporate finance professor more than anything else.
Okay. That appears to be it. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Booth. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Your Honor, Ontario has no questions for Professor Booth.
Thank you very much.
I wonder if I might have 10 minutes before we.
Let's do
start
that.
across,
Let's do that.
or
10
15?
15.
15.
Oh, off the record, please.
Order all right.
This court is now resumed. You may be seated.
Professor Booth, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schachter.
My name is Harley Schachter, and I'm going to be asking you some questions. And if you don't mind indulging me, when I ask the question, I ask you to listen to the question that I ask, and you can answer in any way that you think is responsive and helpful to the court. I don't want to limit you by any means, but I do want to try and get the question that I ask answered if you're able to. Thank you. Before I start the questioning though, I have a cross-examination compendium that I provided to my friends and to the witness, and I would provide to the court.
Thank you.
And I'd ask that that be marked as Exhibit N as in Nathan for identification at this point. And do you have a copy? Is that marked?
Yes, thank you
Yes.
very much.
Professor Booth, you've got a copy of Exhibit N as in Nathan? Now,
This exhibit, yes.
yes, the compendium, it's entitled Professor Laurence Booth Cross-Examination Compendium.
I do.
Right. Now, what I've done is I've just compiled some documents that I thought I might be referring to. You can put it aside for now immediately because I'm not sure whether I'm going to get to it today. So the first question I want to start with is, you said that consumption is what is the core of economics, or maybe I'm just paraphrasing. You said that consumption is people aim to consume. You said it was a cornerstone of economics?
Yeah, the ultimate objective of individuals is to consume.
All right. The ultimate objective of individuals is to consume. Does that necessarily apply to Indian bands?
I don't see why members of the Indian band are any different from other individuals in the sense that they want to consume, they want to have a good life. Now, they may prioritize other aspects than consumption, but I don't regard them as that much different from other people.
You don't.
No,
Did you perhaps take into account the seven grandfathers' teachings in assessing what their inclinations are for consumption?
can you point me to that in
No,
the evidence? Was
No?
that in Mr. Driven's evidence or
Did you take it into account?
I don't know what it is.
Okay. How about the principle of making provision for 7 generations? Did that factor into your analysis at all?
I understand that they have community spirit and a respect for future generations that's part of their heritage and part of their culture. It didn't factor into our evidence because that's not part of the bring forward analysis.
Okay. You in your direct evidence indicated, and I'm perhaps indicated, I hope it's a fair word, that you could analogize the amount of money or the monies that might have been payable to the First Nations in this case as an endowment fund?
I think I said that there's a difference between a pension fund and an endowment fund. And I explained the difference between those two. And I said that I would imagine, I'm trying to remember exactly what I said, that the amount of money that would have been given to the bands 100 and 150 years ago, that money would have been allocated to the band, and some of it would have been allocated to annuities to the members of the band to live a better life. And on the basis that there'd be money flowing out of that investment, then that would generate continuous outflows similar to an endowment fund.
I believe you did analogize it to an endowment fund, and you're kind of repeating that. In your analysis, then, I don't see any reference to, and this is in your report and your SIR reply, to examining how endowment funds may have looked for investments in 1850.
Our analysis is rooted in the spending patterns of the band, so we don't have to look at a hypothetical endowment fund. That would be entirely speculative. I mean, our evidence is rooted in the factuals of the band spending patterns, how much they actually spent on different items. It would be speculative to indicate how would they behave if they'd got money in 1850. And I'm not quite so sure that there were endowment funds in 1850.
Well, how about the Harvard Endowment Fund?
How about it?
Do you know when that was established?
Harvard was established in, what was it, 1730 or something?
So
And
do you know anything about the Harvard Endowment Fund?
I know that it preceded the establishment of the United States.
And do you think that's before 1850?
I think it is before 1850.
All right, so you do know that in
1784 is before 1850, correct?
All right, so we've at least been able to establish that there are endowment funds that existed before 1850.
That's correct. There were corporations that existed in the 17th century, like the Hudson's Bay Company, but it doesn't mean to say it was a general example. You can't prove the actual based upon one example.
Let's try and stick with your idea that we can't speculate about how they would have used the money. I think you just said that a moment ago.
Yeah, that's correct.
So if we can't speculate how they would have used the money, what value is your report to the court?
Our value of our report to the court is that it's based upon the actual spending patterns of the band. That's not speculation, it's a factual analysis.
Sir, but you're speculating that they would have used the vast amounts of money they would have received that could have been in an endowment fund in the manner consistent with how they spent it and their spending patterns were in the past.
That's correct. Well, that's not completely correct because we also took into account the possibility of increased savings, which means that their consumption would be less than it would be in the band.
I'm going to suggest to you, sir, that your approach is purely speculative because the amount of spending or savings that the bands did historically tells you nothing about how they would have spent the money that they were entitled to in this case, had it been paid in a timely fashion. Do you agree?
I would agree that what we've got is a factual basis for their spending patterns. And that depending upon how much was received at what point in time, they may have saved more as a result of being richer at a particular point in time, which is why I went through the analysis to indicate savings of say 35%, which is beyond any reasonable level of savings, except for a couple of years. So, but in order to do anything other than that, Mr. Schachter, we would have to have a statement as to how much, first of all, they will be allocated from the net crown resource revenues, and then an agreed amount of net crown resource revenues for every year from 1850. And then once we have that information, we could then look at exactly how much money the bands would have and how much would be reasonable to consume and how much would be reasonable to save. But at this stage, without that information, it's entirely speculative.
No one gave you that information?
Nobody's told me what share of the natural resource revenues will be allocated to the band.
Well,
Do you
would
know
have,
that, Mr. Schachter?
do you
You're
have,
not
don't,
asking
Okay,
questions.
well, I'm sorry, I don't know. And I thought that was the objective of the hearing, was to work out how much goes to the bands and how much stay with Ontario.
Mr. Booth?
Dr. Booth, thank you.
Oh, excuse me. Dr. Booth. Would a place to start not have been looking at how much net crown revenues there were to share?
That's correct. We used Dr. Beale's analysis and that was redacted. And those numbers are in Mr. Kersner's analysis from the federal from the trust funds.
All right, so you looked at Dr. Beale's evidence and that's what you want. How does the judge deal with that? Dr. Beale's evidence isn't before her.
Well, that's correct. That's that evidence isn't before what we've got here. That's what I initially did. Mr. Kersner relied upon the numbers that came from Mr. Hutchings' reports. And that's what he brought forward in the analysis.
I'm sorry, so you did have the net crown resource revenues available to look at in each year?
That's correct. But we needed to work out how much percentage will be allocated to them and what would be given on each period to think about what could be done.
You didn't think of doing an analysis on the basis that maybe they were entitled to the assumptions that Professor Stiglitz and Mr. Hutchings did, whether it's 58% or 84%, that never occurred to you?
No, we weren't asked to do that because we had to assume an allocation of the underlying revenues.
Well, Stiglitz and Hutchings assumed an allocation, didn't they?
We were not asked to do that. They also considered the calculation of the net crown resource revenues, which we did not do. So they were given a mandate to do things that we weren't given a mandate to do.
Right. You mentioned that governments in what is now Canada went to the UK markets to borrow money in the early years.
That's correct.
And so I put it to you that in the early years, persons, whether it's governments or organizations, could also go to the UK equity market to look to see what's there to invest in. Would you agree with that?
Possibly.
Thank you.
I'm not aware that bands did that before the Indian Act set up the trust accounts.
Okay. You're not a historian?
Interesting question. I'm not trained as a historian, that's correct.
Okay.
I have looked at the management of Indian monies prior to the trust account, the establishment of the trust accounts.
Have you read the Bagot Commission report?
No, I haven't.
Have you read the Pennyfather report of 1858?
I don't know the name of that. I read the report to the Governor General on the spending within the bands in the 1850s. I don't know what the name of that report is,
Okay.
but I'm not a historian. I'm a professor of finance, and I looked at the financial data that was provided.
Can you go to slide 26 of your demonstrative, please? On slide 26, you talk about junk bond, junk. And by that you mean like close to junk bonds.
Yeah, I said close to a junk or non-investment grade issuer.
Right. Now, the phrase, you're using junk bonds, but to be clear, the phrase junk bonds is something that came up in the 1980s, I believe.
That's correct. We didn't have bond ratings in the 1850s.
Right. But the point you're making is that it was a very risky thing to invest in Canada at the time.
I would say that normally when we look at a spread of 1.5% on a bond issue, when the consuls were selling at 3.2 and Canada was 1.5% higher, that indicates there's a significant risk of default. And the risk of default increases as the quality of the bond goes down.
Am I correct in understanding that you're of the opinion that in the early years, let's use 1868 because Canada's 1 year old, Canada's bonds would be equal to junk bonds as we would describe them now?
I said close to junk or non-investment rate, correct.
Right. And
And Canada's yield was higher than that of India, for example, and other colonies.
I didn't ask you about India.
Okay.
I don't know how what happened in India is responsive to my question, which is why I started off by asking to listen to the question. In 1868, sir, if the band had received $10,000 or $100,000, with Canada's bonds being close to junk bonds, you would agree with me that a reasonable investor would not have invested in Government of Canada junk bonds. They would have looked for a different investment.
Well, as a professor of finance, I'd say that they should diversify. So they might have put some money into Canada's bonds. They might have put some money into still in sterling, and they might have put some money into other securities. The basic rule, one of the basic rules in finance, is to diversify your portfolio.
Thank you. At 10:25 a.m. this morning, you indicated that you have been involved in Indian monies cases. Is this an Indian monies case?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that it involves monies that is owed to the bands by breach on the part of the Crown, which is the starting point for Indian monies. No, in the sense that all the other cases except Beardy's and Okamassis was money that should have gone into the trust accounts, and the relatively recent cases.
So you treated the this case as an Indian monies case? I'm not sure I quite understand.
The basic framework we adopted is exactly the same.
Oh.
But as I think I mentioned in some detail, Indian monies cases, money that should have gone into the trust account is limited by the available opportunities within the trust account.
Yeah.
If this money had not gone into the trust accounts, if instead it had been given, there'd been a change in an act of parliament, for example, or the provincial legislature that overrode the Indian Act, then the money could have gone into other investments and be managed slightly differently. That's why I laid out to the court the what I call a benchmarking analysis. What sort of extremes result from realistic opportunities?
So let's do a hypothetical because I need your help on this. Suppose it's 1855 and suppose the augmented annuity is done and there's an amount of $15,000 in $1855. That's a lot of dollars, I think. And the government of Canada, sorry, the province of Canada, because the government of Canada wasn't around yet, 1855. The province of Canada says to the Indians, the Anishinaabe, as I call them, here's $15,000. This is your annuity. You decide what to do with it. Is that a possibility in your world?
Yes, 1855 is before the Indian monies and the Indian Act that basically said money had to go into the capital account and the revenue account. At that time, it would have been they probably would have set up a private trustee, and the private trustee would have been given the responsibility to manage those monies. But that was exactly the time when there were losses in privately managed monies that led to Sir John A. Macdonald recommending we have government trust accounts, capital accounts and revenue accounts.
And so this you put in 1859, you talked about that in your direct testimony. That's what happened in 1859?
1859, as far as I'm aware, that's what Sir John A. went to the government. The actions that precipitated that were prior to 1859.
Okay. I appreciate your making a distinction between a period prior, you said before the Indian band trust accounts were established?
Yeah, look, there have always been trust accounts. If you want to look after the money for somebody, you establish a trustee, and a trustee manages your money, and they have responsibility to manage the money on your behalf.
Right.
And my understanding is that prior to the government taking over the management of those trust funds, that there were private trustees managing Indian monies and managing monies of the size of $15,000 or what would then have been about £4,000.
Okay.
So there was privately managed money at that time, but there were no 60-40.
Well,
equity bond funds.
the ratio was 1 to 4, so
1 to 4 what?
pounds to dollars.
Yeah, I know, that's what I used. I thought I used 1 to 4.
Well,
So you said
four,
$15,000, so I said about £4,000,
okay, it was not, okay.
which is 1 to 4. Well, it's a little bit less, but it's about.
Yes, you're only off by 1/16.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
that's why I said about, Mr. Shakhtar.
Okay, well, 1/16, 1 divided by 16 is a big percentage for me.
Okay,
I
well,
guess-
you do know that the sterling exchange rate was actually different in Halifax versus it was in Toronto. So there were multiple sterling exchange rates at that time.
Oh, so can I perhaps help you here? Because throughout this court case, it has been a convention to actually, I think there might even be part of the reasons identify in stage 1 that £1 is 4 Canadian dollars.
Okay, that's, I think it's the Toronto rate. The Halifax rate was slightly different.
Right, so, I'm not sure how the Halifax rate helps the judge, but let me just sort of try and continue on with where I was going with my questions, which was, it sounds like at some point in time, and I think maybe it's 1859, you're of the view that First Nations could no longer hire an investment advisor. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that there were significant losses in the management of Indian monies, certainly greater than £4,000 prior to 1859. This led to pressure to establish the trust funds, and Sir John A. Macdonald's message on that was essentially that the Crown's probably liable for these monies anyway, it's not appropriate to take risky investments to fund these monies, which set up the management of Indian monies that came to be under the Indian Act with the capital account and the revenue account.
Yes, but I guess I'm just trying to understand how you understood and the issue of whether or not the First Nations could have, had they received their annuity money, invested in anything other than the band trust accounts. Remember, we're talking about an annuity, and let's put it at 1861. And let's suppose the province of Canada in 1861, after the legislation you've identified is enacted, the province of Canada says, here's $15,000. Anishinaabe, this is your share of the net crown resource revenues, or your share of the wealth, or however they decided it. Could the First Nations have invested it how they saw fit, or must they have put it into the band trust accounts?
Very good question.
You don't know?
1861, when I suggested this in the Sampson and Ermineskin case in 2001, the answer was no. And my belief at that time was if the numbers are big enough, there'd be a political action and they'd change the Indian Act and they would allow them to do this. But my understanding is that went all the way to the Supreme Court, and then he said that Canada did the right thing by just using the Indian Act. So is it possible that if the bands had received significant amounts of money, that they could have applied pressure to be exempt from the Indian Act? That is distinctly possible.
All right.
But all I'm saying is it didn't happen with the Sampson and Ermineskin bands 120 years later, whatever it is, 1861 to 1975, when they first 114 years later, it didn't happen. Are you saying it couldn't have happened in 1861? I don't know.
No, I was just trying to understand whether you understood. I'm not saying whether you're right or wrong. I just want to know your understanding, whether you understood that the Anishinaabe in 1861 did not have the legal option to invest other than in the band trust account.
Well, for that, I don't know the answer.
Okay.
Because, and I would say because we're at the beginning of the Indian Act and the management of Indian money. So John A. MacDonald, and I'm not a historian, all I know is what I read in the decision involving the Sampson and Ermineskin, that at that point, the trust funds were set up the way that they were done to manage Indian monies in order to minimize the risk, similar to what one major band had suffered in the 1850s.
Okay.
So, and all I'm doing is saying that that's an example where the monies were managed by a private trustee on behalf of Indian bands, and they lost a significant amount of money. And that precipitated the establishment of the accounts that we basically lived with for the last 130 years.
All right. So
So
clearly they
where in there, if you're trying to say 1861 or 18, I don't know, 1861 versus 1862 or 1863, I can't answer that, Mr. Schachter.
Your Honor, I do have one more series of questions for today that I could constructively do in about 10 minutes, I would hope, or I could stop now. What?
I think we should go ahead. Is that all right? Colin?
All
I think
right.
We should go ahead. Thank you.
Can you go to your slide 40, please? Slide 40 is an example where you used $1 in 1876 would be today $34. And I guess the $34 today is 2023.
No, that was at the time of that testimony. I think it was 2020. and the data we had at that point.
Okay, so to 2020, so that's a period of 145 years? I believe it's about
Sorry.
about 145 years.
Yeah, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 80. So it would be 149 years.
149?
Sorry, 100
No,
144 years.
144. So I was close.
Yeah, good
I was
enough.
closer than 1/16. Okay, so 144 years. So I want to, if you wouldn't mind, have you help me with a hypothetical. Now, in your model for consumption, you've allowed for in rate of inflation,
That's correct.
and the rate of inflation allows people to keep up the purchasing power of what they've lost. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
I mean,
So-
approximately, because it's a basket of goods that changes over time. So what was available now wasn't available in 1850 or 1880 or 1900.
All right.
So it's a broad measure of purchasing power.
So I want to work with a hypothetical to understand how you treat depreciation. Sorry, consumption, excuse me. Let's take the hypothetical situation of an Aboriginal person who's very poor, living in 1876. And he or she happens to be an immortal. They live forever. This is a hypothetical.
Okay.
Just go with me on it. So let's assume that hypothetical immortal person, very poor, gets $1 in 1876. He takes that $1 in 1876, which you've told us in 2020 was worth $34. So he takes that $1 and he goes and he buys a really nice meal. In your mind, he's consumed it. In my mind, he's consumed it as well. He's literally consumed a meal. He's enjoyed a meal and he's no longer hungry. Yes? This is my hypothetical still. You would agree with me that he has consumed the $1 value. In 2020, no one owes him anything. He's got the $1. There's no compensation for him to get. Are you with me?
Yes, correct.
Now, let's suppose that in 1876, he waits by the offices of the province, the government of Canada, and maybe the Governor General's office, waiting for his $1 because he's hungry. The $1 doesn't come. Doesn't eat in 1876. He's also got a very strong stomach, this immortal person.
Obviously, yes.
Yes. And he has, he's very hungry in 1876, and 1877 comes and he still doesn't eat. 1878 comes, still doesn't eat. He still hasn't had a meal. He's still very hungry. Let's flash forward to 1925. He's really, really hungry. In fact, he's holding on, but the lack of food starts affecting his ability to function. Can't go to school anymore. He's having trouble concentrating. But he manages to hold off until 2023. In 2023, the government, he's been there every single day. The government is there. He bangs on the Governor General's door, gets $34 in 2020. He says, finally, I have been starving for 144 years. And he's got the $34 and he goes out and he buys the exact same meal he would have bought in 1876. Now, in your model, explain to me where his compensation is for not being able to eat his meal between 1876 and 2020. Where's the compensation for that?
If there was a breach and he should have been given $1 in 1876, and if he had consumed all of that in 1876, then that consumption in 1876 wouldn't have given rise to any future benefit by the year 2020. Because consumption by definition is consumed, it's gone. You don't get a rate of return on consumption.
Right, I agree with
So-
you, yeah.
So technically, consumption doesn't generate a rate of return. You cannot get a rate of return unless you invest.
I'm
So-
sorry, you've answered my first hypothetical, sir, but we've got someone who is actually very hungry for 144 years. He doesn't, the lost opportunity to eat for 144 years, that's not compensated for if you simply compensate for consumer price index. Would you agree with that?
I would assume, I would agree with you that if we take into account the spending habits of the bands as directed by Justice Laskin, then consumption doesn't generate a rate of return. And we, up until recently, we didn't apply a rate of return to consumption. In reaction to the court decisions, we've now been given the CPI, and we've basically given the meal back to this person.
I think perhaps there's a misconnection here. I think the hypothetical was he never gets his meal.
He never gets his meal?
He only gets his meal in 20,
In 1876,
in
in
no
2023.
meal until 2020. And I'm just trying to figure out whether, as an economist,
No, I just thought the
Yeah.
witness understood that he got the meal in year one.
yeah, he presented two scenarios, and I'm trying to move him off that
Okay.
assumption.
So the second one is he got no meal.
The second assumption is he got no meal, thought he was going to get $1 to have his meal, waited 144 years, finally got the meal. It's just an assumption. And you say all he's ever had was the food that one meal bought, but what he didn't get, or what he hasn't been compensated for, is having to wait from 1876 to 2020. Isn't that a real loss?
Not in, when the hypothetical where we're all immortal, possibly it is. But when we look at it, 1876 is basically 6 generations ago, approximately.
Yes.
25 years a generation, so 6 generations ago. So what we're really saying is, if you put the band in the position it should have been in today, you're going to say, well, suppose your great-great-great-great-grandfather 6 generations ago didn't have this $1. Well, if that $1, you look at the spending patterns and it would have been spent as consumption, current members are no worse off and no better off 6 generations later, in the sense that if he got that $1, he would have spent it on consumption and it would have been gone. So in economic terms, it's gone, it's dissipated.
So you want to fight me on my hypothetical? You're saying my hypothetical doesn't work because it's not real? I mean,
Well, obviously it's not real. I think we can establish that it's not real.
oh, can we?
I think we can establish that it's not real. I think we can also establish that we've pointed out to every court that we've talked to about this, that when we deal with this question, it has unfair, we would regard it has unfair implications. And which is why we've gone out of our way to say, we're not offering an opinion of fairness here. We're just trying to say, if we implement Justice Laskin's decision and do what he recommended people do, then these are the implications of the Whitefish decision.
I think perhaps we
In
can
fact,
end
Justice
today's question.
Whalen, I think it was Justice Whalen took us to issue, and he said, and I think I said something like, even the idea that consumption generates no future value is probably questionable, because, and I gave the example of a man dying of thirst in the desert, what's the value of a glass of water for a person dying of
Like
thirst?
gold, I would imagine, eh?
Exactly, it's got a very, very high rate of return.
Yes.
So, but in economics, we have to deal with certain classifications. Consumption is regarded as anything that doesn't give value beyond 1 year. So a glass of water consumed generally doesn't give value, but there are always hypotheticals, Mr. Schachter, that you can come up with, such as somebody in the desert dying of thirst getting a glass of water, to which it gives a phenomenal rate of return. If it means that by drinking that glass of water, he can survive, then they're willing to pay a huge amount. And whenever you look at economic situations, there are certain hypotheticals, and a lot of them aren't hypotheticals, they're practical, realistic situations where what we would regard as consumption generates significant value. So I would not fight you on that. It is possible that in some cases that consumption does give a rate of return. But the standard assumption in all of economics is consumption doesn't give rise to benefits beyond immediate consumption.
Thank you, sir. I wonder if you could just turn to, when
Could I-
we're
just
almost
Before you
done.
go there.
Yeah.
Could I get an answer to this question? This immortal man who's hundreds of years old, he didn't eat, got a meal, he got $34 in his hand in 2023 to buy whatever he could have bought in 1876 with $1, but he got $34 now. And I thought the question was, hasn't he suffered a loss between 1876 or whatever the date was,
1876 and 2020.
1876 and 2023? Hasn't he suffered a loss? He has $34.
It's like somebody that the picture was taken away from them. And then 5 years later, the answer is the picture was stolen. Here's your picture back. You've got your asset back. You've got the picture back. Have you suffered any loss by not looking at the picture?
But isn't that a
during
different
period?
hypothetical? I just wanted you to answer this one.
Well, honestly, the answer is
there are many
no.
hypotheticals.
No, the answer is no. If it's consumption and if he'd got the $1, he would have consumed it. Then the answer is no.
But he didn't get the $1. That's the problem.
Well, that's the point. But what we're looking at is if he had got the $1.
No, that wasn't the question.
Okay, well, if he
There
didn't.
was
get
a
it, if he
hypothetical.
didn't-
Sorry, one at a time, one at a time.
Sir, I'm just asking you. You might not like the answer that it comes up with, and maybe there's all kinds of opportunity to explain different hypotheticals. But in this case, when your hypothetical is put to you, you are asked to apply whatever you know and answer the hypothetical. So even Mr. Schachter might be prepared to walk away from it, but I do want to hear an answer to that, as opposed to another hypothetical.
Okay, has he lost out by delaying consumption over that period of time? Then you can say there possibly was some sort of loss in value over that period of time. Some people would say there's a loss, other people would say that there's no loss. But consumption by definition is consumed, it's gone. It doesn't earn a rate of return.
What would you say, sir?
Dealing with an immortal, I would say we've departed from conventional economics and the consumption has no value beyond the period in which it's consumed, in which case giving them the value later on is compensation. And I would say that that's better than getting nothing. And it is fair compensation.
Fair? What's fair got to do with it? I thought we were talking about economics and then you don't delve into fairness.
That's not true, Mr. Schachter. Economics has fairness written all over it.
Oh, all right. Perhaps we'll get into that tomorrow. Now might be a good time to end the day.
Okay. And I'm sure you know this, sir. You've probably been told many times. Now that you're in cross-examination, you're not to discuss your evidence with anyone.
Accepted.
Thank you very much. And we will break now till 10.
10.
Thank you.
Oyez, oyez, oyez. The sittings of this court are now concluded. Long live the king. Thank you.